Chapter 425. When Tang Bai went to pick Tang Aoling up, he didn't explain the situation clearly. He thought that no matter how strong Ling Xiao and his brother were, they wouldn't go overboard. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon can't suppress a snake in its territory. He was only worried about what Ling Xiao and his brother would do to Tang Aoling, but he neglected Tang Aoling's arrogant and insufferably arrogant character. Bastard! Tang Tianhao shouted angrily. He turned around and gave Tang Aoling a hard slap. Tang Aoling didn't know what was going on and was sent flying a few meters away by Tang Tianhao. 2 bloody front teeth fell out of his mouth, and he looked indescribably embarrassed. Tang Aoling was dumbfounded by the slap. Why did his uncle, who had always doted on him, hit him? You little bastard! Come and apologize to little brother Ling. If you don't satisfy him, I'll break your legs. Tang Tianhao shouted at Tang Aoling. Tang Aoling was his second brother's only son, and he had always indulged Tang Aoling's stubborn behavior. But now, it was a matter of the Tang clan's future and whether they could get their hands on the Millennium Meteoric Iron. Unexpectedly, this good-for-nothing nephew of his had first offended him, and now he actually dared to spout such arrogant words. It simply made him want to kill him with one palm. What are you waiting for? Go and apologize to little brother Ling. Tang Jin frowned. Tang Aoling glanced at the elders of his clan and shivered. He asked in confusion, Master, Great Elder, why did you, for an outsider? Before he could finish, Tang Bai quickly interrupted him. Aoling, you still don't know how to repent? Do you want 7th uncle to send you on your way? When he said this, he kept winking at Tang Aoling. Tang Aoling finally knew that the 2 young men in front of him must have a powerful background. Otherwise, why would the higher-ups of the Tang clan be so nervous and scold him like this? You don't know what's good for you. Go and apologize. Tang Fu glared at Tang Aoling and shouted. He knew that if it wasn't for Tang Aoling, his arm wouldn't have been broken. Although it could recover, it would be a disgrace to him, so he could only vent his anger on Tang Aoling. Tang Aoling shuddered again. Tang Jin and Tang Fu were the pillars of the family, and they had a high status. Now that they were scolding him like this, he did not have the guts to say another word. He crawled up and bowed slightly to Ling Xiao and Savage Leopard. Sorry? I'm sorry, both of you. When he said this, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He was the dignified second young master of the Tang family. When had he ever been bullied like this? But now, he could only swallow it down. Ling Xiao didn't respond to Tang Aoling's apology because he could see the dissatisfaction in Tang Aoling's eyes. He thought to himself, look at how reluctant you are. You think I'm the one who forced myself on you? What bad luck. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't respond, Tang Tianhao snorted coldly, if you can't satisfy little brother Ling, you won't be a disciple of the Tang family in the future. Tang Aoling was scared by Tang Tianhao's words. His whole body softened and he begged, I'm sorry, I looked down on you. It's my fault. Tang Aoling didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He kept covering his face and cried as he begged Ling Xiao. If he was expelled from the Tang family, he would be dismembered in less than a day. He didn't know how many people he had offended and how many women he had raped. Ling Xiao still had to discuss business with the Tang family, so he didn't want to have a bad relationship with the Tang family. He waved his hand and said, for the sake of the Tang family, I'll let this matter go. Next time, watch your eyes before you speak. How can there be a swindler as handsome as me in the world? Thank you. Thank you. Tang Aoling wiped his snot and thanked him repeatedly. He felt lucky that he had escaped this calamity. However, before he could finish, he heard Tang Tianhao's voice. Go back. I'll punish you to forge iron at the Foundry Peak for 5 years before you can leave. That way, you won't be able to cause trouble all day long. Tang Aoling's heart fell to the bottom. The Foundry Peak was the place where the lowest position in the Tang family was located. The main purpose of that place was to select the materials that could be forged from the ores that were transported back from various places. After those materials were filtered, they would be forged into various weapon shapes and sent to various departments to be forged into weapons. It could be said that it was the most worthless and the most difficult place. Tang Aoling, who had always been spoiled, had to live in such a place for 5 years. It was as if he was half dead. Looking at Tang Aoling stumbling out of the restaurant, Tang Tianhao sighed in his heart, I hope that his temper can be tempered there. Tang Tianhao turned to Ling Xiao and said, I wonder if little brother Ling is satisfied with this matter? Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said innocently, this is Patriarch Tang's family matter. I really have no right to interfere. Tang Tianhao was truly aggrieved in his heart. This fellow was purely acting obedient after getting Ping Yi, but for the sake of the 10,000-year black iron, he had to endure it. Patriarch Tang, let's get back to business. Other than forging a spirit weapon, I don't want to discuss a big business with you. I wonder if Patriarch Tang is interested? Ling Xiao had already achieved his goal, so he no longer made things difficult for Tang Tianhao and changed the topic. Oh, that's good. Tang Tianhao replied with interest. Just as Ling Xiao was about to speak, Tang Guang said, Father, letting brother Ling talk business with you here is really not the way our Tang family treats our guests. Tang Tianhao lightly slapped his forehead and said, Yes, this Tang is rude. Little brother Ling has just arrived at Giant Summit City. Why don't you come to my Tang family to rest first and let us do our duty as a host? Of course, Ling Xiao had no objections. He immediately nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble you. The restaurant was empty, and all the disciples of the Tang family quickly evacuated. Ling Xiao and the savage leopard followed Tang Tianhao and the others as they flew towards the Tang family. Ling Xiao looked at the land occupied by the Tang family. It was indeed not inferior to an ordinary 8th-grade sect. The land was vast, the mountains were beautiful, and the buildings were majestic and extraordinary. Just as they approached the vicinity of the Tang family, they immediately heard the sound of iron weapons clashing between the mountains. Occasionally, they could even see the shadows of spirit beasts soaring into the sky. It must be an abnormality when a certain profound artifact was completed. Ling Xiao thought to himself, as expected of a refining family. Just this skill alone is enough for them to survive for generations. Ling Xiao followed the people of the Tang family to the main pavilion of the Tang family. After entering an elegant pavilion, someone immediately brought over exquisite spirit fruits and wine. After a round of drinking and chatting, Tang Tianhao finally couldn't help but get to the point. Little brother Ling, what do you think of our proposal? Other than forging a spirit weapon for you, the rest of the 10,000-year black iron can be bought or exchanged with our Tang family. In this aspect, we will definitely satisfy you. Tang family head, this matter is actually very easy to discuss. Ling Xiao said, keeping him in suspense. What do you mean? Tang Tianhao asked doubtfully. Ling Xiao took a sip of the wine and said to Tang Guogua, I believe brother Tang has seen me in Gu City. Tang Guogua nodded very naturally. Then Ling Xiao said, actually, you are also curious about my identity. Now, for the sake of the cooperation between the two families, I will tell you my true identity. This is the first time I have revealed my identity. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, it immediately attracted the curiosity of everyone present, especially Tang Guogua and Tang Jin. They had seen Ling Xiao being followed by the 4 great villains, and now that there was a young high-level Earth Emperor beside him, they couldn't wait to know Ling Xiao's identity. Ling Xiao said seriously, actually, I am the prince consort of the Gu clan. Ling Xiao's words were not false. He was indeed the current prince consort of the Gu clan, but he had another identity that was not convenient to reveal to them. Prince consort of the Gu clan? The people of the Tang family were shocked by Ling Xiao's identity. 10,000 years ago, the Gu clan was the overlord of the southern wasteland. Even the current Devil Shadow sect could not compare to them. This was enough to show the status of the Gu clan in the southern wasteland. The Gu clan had disappeared for 10,000 years, and not many people knew that the Gu clan still had descendants that existed between the boundaries of the Purple Sky sect and the moon-worshipping sect. If it was in the past, the Tang family would definitely be shocked when they heard about the Gu clan. But now, they only felt that it was a little inconceivable. Could it be that the Gu clan was not completely exterminated? I know you are very suspicious, but this is not important. What is important is that I want to rebuild Gu City, and I will welcome my clansmen back soon. Ling Xiao did not explain in detail and continued. Little brother Ling, you said so much, but it doesn't seem to be a big deal with the 10,000-year black iron, right? Tang Tianhao could not help but interrupt him. He muttered in his heart, even if you are the prince consort of the Gu City, it has nothing to do with our Tang family, and it seems to have nothing to do with the 10,000-year black iron. Why are you saying so much nonsense? Ling Xiao replied, this is a big deal. I took out the 10,000-year black iron from the clan's treasury. Other than refining a spirit weapon for me, I hope that it can make the Tang family support us in rebuilding the city in the name of the Tang family. What does the Tang family think? Tang Tianhao frowned and replied, little brother Ling, you think too highly of our Tang family. Other than knowing how to forge iron, our Tang family does not have any other strong points. I am afraid that we do not have the ability to help you rebuild the city. Tang Tianhao's words were obviously a tactful rejection. Even if the other party used the 10,000-year black iron as a deal, he would not help the Gu clan rebuild the city. After all, rebuilding a city required a huge amount of money and manpower, and it was not something that could be completed in a day and night, so he could not accept it. Tang family head, you have misunderstood me. Listen to me first, Ling Xiao replied, then continued, as for the rebuilding of the city, there will naturally be people who will help me with this matter. I only need the Tang family head to support our auction in Gu City, and provide us with high-grade profound weapons or spirit weapons to auction in the name of the Tang family. Of course, the related income will still belong to the Tang family, and we will take a smaller commission than other auctions. You mean to say that you want the Tang family to provide the goods for the auction in Gu City? Tang Tianhao replied. Yes, that is what I mean, Ling Xiao replied with a nod. Father, I think this is worth considering, Tang Gu interrupted from the side. Tang Tianhao glanced at his son. Of course, he knew that his son did not want the 10,000-year black iron to slip away from his hands. How could he not want it too? It was just that the implications were a little big, and he had to consider it carefully. Chapter 426. The Tang clan had been rooted in the southern wasteland for many years, so there was no need to explain their blacksmithing skills. However, just like the old saying, rely on the mountain, rely on the water. The Tang clan naturally relied on blacksmithing to make a living. The Tang clan provided a certain amount of resources to the auctions in the various cities of the southern wasteland, and the Divine Dao City's auction was one of them. Tang Tianhao's concern was that the Divine Dao City and Gu City were neighbors, so the auction was naturally very close to each other. He was afraid that there would be a conflict, and the Tang clan could only provide resources to one of the auctions. The Tang clan and the Divine Dao City's auction had been working together for many years, so they obviously did not want to give up so easily. However, this 10,000-year-old meteoric iron was not something that the Divine Dao Union could take out. This put Tang Tianhao in a difficult position. The Gu clan was once a large clan. Although they were almost exterminated, the power that Ling Xiao showed now should not be inferior to the many powers in the southern region. However, although the Deity Dao Union was a large sect that had only developed in the past 1,000 years, there was no need to doubt its accumulations and strength. Even if their Tang clan had a longer history, they knew that they could not compare to the current Deity Dao Union. Naturally, they could not let go of that 10,000-year-old meteoric iron, but they had to think about how to deal with it. Tang clan head, this is too abrupt. I will stay in the city for 3 more days. Whether I agree or not, I will leave. Ling Xiao knew that Tang Tianhao would not agree immediately, so he delayed the time for a few days to let him think about it. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, he turned his head towards the Tang family and said, "That's right, I think I still have a piece of something called 10,000-year deep silver. I used a profound level weapon to slash it but was unable to break it. It should be a pretty good refining material. If Grandfather Tang is willing to help me refine a spiritual weapon, I would like to add some of this material into it." 10,000-year-old deep silver? Everyone in the Tang clan cried out in surprise, their faces filled with shock. "Brother Ling, where is your 10,000-year-old deep silver? Can you take it out for me to see?" Tang Lingguo was the first to grab Ling Xiao's hand and said excitedly. Ling Xiao skillfully broke away from Tang Guoguo's hand and said, "Brother Tang, I am not interested in men. I think you have found the wrong person." Tang Guoda knew that he was being rude, so he scratched the back of his head and laughed dryly. "Brother Ling, I'm sorry, I was too excited. I'm not interested in men either. At this moment, Tang Tianhao rushed to say, Little brother Ling, you really have 10,000-year deep silver. Maybe a little, Ling Xiao said hesitantly. A little? Is it this big? Tang Tianhao gestured with his palm. His hand gesture was about the size of a human head. A little bigger than that, Ling Xiao said hesitantly. Tang Tianhao looked delighted and gestured again. Is it this big again? He made a hugging gesture with his hands, indicating whether it was as big as two people's heads put together. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, I think it's a little bigger than this. This time, Tang Tianhao wasn't the only one who was delighted. Even the members of the Tang family revealed heated expressions. Can Brother Ling take it out for us to see? Tang Guida licked his lips. This isn't too good? Ling Xiao said with a troubled expression. We're just looking. Tang Tianhao rubbed his hands. Yes, we're just looking. The members of the Tang family replied in unison. I paid a huge price to get this from the river, Ling Xiao said unwillingly, as if the 10,000-year deep silver was his lifeblood. The members of the Tang family were anxious. 10,000-year deep silver was a rare top-grade material like 10,000-year dark steel. A normal spirit tool could be forged into a low-grade spirit tool by adding any one of the materials. If two materials were added at the same time, the spirit tool's grade would increase greatly. To the Tang family, which had always been lacking top-grade materials, this was a huge temptation. Brother Ling, as long as you can take out the 10,000-year deep silver, I'll promise you on behalf of my father to supply the Gu City auction, Tang Guida said as he patted his chest. He had been obsessed with spirit tool forging since he was young, which was why he was already a 5th-grade spirit tool forging master at such a young age. Now that there was a top-grade material appearing, he was naturally more anxious than anyone else. Tang Tianhao knew that he was going to fall into Ling Xiao's trap this time, so he could only reply with a smile, Yes, Brother Ling, just take it out for us to see. If it really is 10,000-year deep silver, our Tang family will definitely support the Gu City auction. Ling Xiao finally revealed a faint smile and said, All right, seeing that Patriarch Tang and Brother Tang are so enthusiastic, I'll let you see. With that, Ling Xiao took out the piece of 10,000-year deep silver that he had obtained from the Longtao River. Bang! A large piece of 10,000-year deep silver heavily smashed onto the stone slabs on the ground, and the ground immediately caved in. The members of the Tang family all looked at the piece of 10,000-year deep silver, which was no smaller than 10,000-year dark steel, with their mouths wide open. They were all secretly exclaiming, Didn't you say it was only a little? How could there be so much? This is too much, but I like it. They had originally thought that according to Ling Xiao's description, the 10,000-year deep silver in his hands should only be a few dozen kilograms. They didn't expect that he would take out a few hundred kilograms, which made them go wild with joy. It's really 10,000-year deep silver. Tang Guigui said excitedly as he looked at the huge stone that was flashing with silver light. His eyes were as if he had seen a peerless beauty, and he couldn't wait to immediately possess her. The rest of the Tang family members also had the same expression. With the 10,000-year dark steel and the 10,000-year deep silver, they could definitely forge more than 100 spirit artifacts within 100 years. It would allow their Tang family to reach an unprecedented level of prosperity, allowing their Tang family's strength to advance by a large step. However, they also knew that the two rare materials in front of them did not belong to the Tang family. If they wanted to obtain them, the price they had to pay could be imagined. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they could use both carrot and stick methods to snatch it away. However, facing the Gu race's son-in-law, they really didn't know what to do. Little brother Ling, regarding the problem you mentioned earlier, I think I can use the Tang family's name to decide to support your Gu City auction. Our Tang family will provide at least 10 rank 4 profound artifacts and 5 rank 5 profound artifacts for you to auction every month. Furthermore, we will provide at least 1 spirit artifact for you to auction every year. The condition is that you must sell the 10,000-year dark steel and 10,000-year deep silver to our Tang family. How about it? Tang Tianhao immediately changed his original intention and said. He felt that even if he had to risk offending the deity Dao Union, He had to keep these two materials in the Tang family. Tang Tianhao originally thought that Ling Xiao would readily agree after hearing this. Who knew that Ling Xiao revealed a look of deep thought and said, "Tang family head, I know that you are in a difficult position, but for you to agree to my request for these two lousy stones, I feel very uneasy. How about this? You can think about it carefully. I'm really not in a hurry." Actually, no one knew the importance of these two materials to the Tang family better than Ling Xiao. Thinking back to when he was in Meteor City, his adoptive father, Li Rong, was a rank 3 blacksmith. Although he did not learn any blacksmithing techniques from Li Rong, he had a simple understanding of the preciousness of some blacksmithing materials. What he was doing now was completely retreating in order to advance, to fight for a bigger bargaining chip for himself. To be honest, although these two materials were precious, they were really useless in his hands. Unless he really threw them into the auction, they would only be kept as decorations. When the Tang family people heard Ling Xiao call the 10,000-year dark steel and 10,000-year deep silver lousy stones, they all cursed in their hearts. "You're not in a hurry, but we're in a hurry. You really have eyes but you can't see. That's a top-quality treasure. What an ignorant outsider, why don't you throw those lousy stones at us? Little brother Ling, we don't need to think about this anymore. In the name of the Tang family's patriarch, I can promise you right now." Tang Tianhao once again patted his chest and promised. "That's not very good. I, Ling Xiao, have never liked to force others. I think you should think about it carefully. In any case, I haven't left Giant Summit City in a short period of time," Ling Xiao said very magnanimously. Tang Tianhao looked anxious. Just as he was about to say something, Tang Gu said, "Brother Ling is right. We have to think about it carefully. How about this? Brother Ling can stay in our Tang family for the next few days and take a look at our Tang family's blacksmithing skills." Tang Tianhao looked at his son and immediately came to a realization. "That's right, little brother Ling, you should stay and take a look at our Tang family's blacksmithing skills. It will definitely make you feel that this trip is not in vain. Moreover, if you want to forge a spirit weapon, we still have to ask the old man before we can decide." His son had interrupted them well. They were too eager. Anyone could see that they had an extreme desire for the 10,000-year dark steel and 10,000-year deep silver. However, this also let others know of their eagerness, so they would definitely increase their purchase or exchange chips in this aspect. Then, they had to carefully consider how to face Ling Xiao's lion's mouth. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Since the Tang family's patriarch and brother Tang are so enthusiastic, then I will nag. Gu Luo, arrange for little brother Ling and this lord to rest first. You must properly entertain these two esteemed guests. Tomorrow, you will bring them to visit our forging grounds." Tang Tianhao instructed. "Father, don't worry. I will definitely not treat these two distinguished guests poorly," Tang Gu Luo replied. For the sake of the 10,000-year dark steel and 10,000-year deep silver, the Tang family's father and son had lowered their stance to the extreme. With their Tang family status in the southern region, how many people could be treated like this? Even if it was someone from another aristocratic family, they wouldn't be so enthusiastic. After Tang Geluo brought Ling Xiao and the savage leopard down, Tang Jin immediately said to Tang Tianhao in a serious tone, "Patriarch, no matter what price you pay, you must obtain these two materials." Tang Fu also agreed from the side. "That's right, those two materials are definitely more than 10,000 years old. They might even be older. Using them to forge spirit weapons is definitely the best choice. Who knows, they might even be able to help the old man reach the 7th stage." Hearing Tang Fu's words, Tang Tianhao's eyes flashed with a determined light. "Elder Jin, follow me to find the old man," Tang Tianhao said to Tang Jin and immediately rushed out of the pavilion. Chapter 427. In an inconspicuous mountain range behind the peaks of the Tang family, there was an iron gate made of 1,000-year black iron. The iron gate was engraved with mysterious spirit patterns, emitting waves of strong aura. At a glance, this iron gate was actually comparable to an ordinary 5th-grade defensive Xian artifact. An ordinary Xian artifact would not be able to break through these two huge iron gates. This was the forbidden area at the back of the Tang family's mountain, which was also the place where the Tang family's old master had closed off. When Tang Tianhao and Tang Jin arrived, waves of spiritual energy fluctuations immediately came from all directions. It was obvious that someone was hiding nearby. The old man has already been closed for 2 years. I wonder if he has succeeded in breaking through now. Tang Tianhao muttered as he looked at the iron gate. Tang Jin said, to take that step, not only does he need a large amount of resources, he also needs a strong comprehension ability. The old man has focused on refining for most of his life. Otherwise, with his 10 bin, he would have broken through that step long ago. When Tang Jin spoke, his eyes were filled with incomparable worship. Tang Jin was originally not a member of the Tang family. He was taken in as a servant by the old master Tang when he was traveling in his early years, and he had always followed the old master, achieving his current status. Later on, he was even bestowed the surname Tang by the old master, and his status in the Tang family was even higher than the other direct descendants of the Tang family's previous generation elders. He must have the most loyal heart to the Tang family, and this was also the reason why the old master of the Tang family focused on nurturing him. Tang Tianhao walked in front of the iron gate, knelt down, kowtowed, and called out. Tianhao pleads for the old master to come out of seclusion. There is something important for the old master to decide. After a long time, an old voice came from behind the iron gate. What's the matter? Someone brought 10,000-year iron and 10,000-year deep silver to ask the old master to refine a spirit weapon. I think this business can be accepted, so I came to disturb the old master, Tang Tianhao said respectfully. There was no movement behind the iron gate again. Tang Tianhao and Tang Jin were puzzled. Could it be that the old master is not interested? Just as Tang Tianhao was about to say something again, the iron gate rumbled and opened. A tall figure shrouded in flames slowly walked out of the cave. Old Master Tang was an old man who was more than 600 years old. 600 years had left countless marks on his face, but his back was still straight, and his arms were still strong and powerful. The aura he exuded made people want to worship him. He was the most famous spiritual tools grandmaster in the southern region and the true pillar of the Tang family. As long as he existed, the Tang family would prosper. 300 years ago, he had forged spirit weapons for the Devil Shadow Sect's sect master and the Beast Alliance's alliance master. At that time, his name began to spread in the southern region, and he became a new noble in the southern region. Now that 300 years had passed, the people of the southern region were still talking about him enthusiastically. Tang Jin greets master. When Tang Jin saw the elder of the Tang family, he immediately knelt down and greeted respectfully. However, before Tang Jin's knees touched the ground, he saw the elder of the Tang family waving his hand gently. He could no longer kneel down. Tang Jin, although you and I are master and servant in name, in reality, we are brothers. How many times have I said that you don't need to bow when you see me? How many times do I have to say it? Old Master Tang said to Tang Jin with a hint of reproach. Tang Jin straightened his body and replied, Master's strength has increased by another level. Tang Jin is happy for you. Although he had no way of knowing how powerful Elder Tang was, he could sense that he had become much stronger than he used to be. Old Master Tang shook his head and asked Tang Tianhao, Tianhao, you said that someone brought 10,000-year black iron and 10,000-year deep silver to refine a spirit weapon? I wonder which power he belongs to? Tang Tianhao nodded and replied, the person who came is the prince consort of the Gu clan. What clan's prince consort? Old Master Tang snorted unhappily. Then, his old eyes bloomed with surprise as he asked, which Gu clan are you talking about? It's the Gu clan that disappeared. Now they have reappeared, Tang Tianhao replied. Old Master Tang's eyelids twitched slightly. Then he laughed and said, Interesting. Interesting. I didn't expect that the great clan from 10,000 years ago did not go extinct. Now that they have made a comeback, I wonder if they still have the same domineering attitude as before. Master, have you reached that step now? Tang Tianhao asked carefully. In front of him, as the patriarch, he had to carefully serve him. One had to know that the old master's temper had always been very fiery. If you made him unhappy, Even if you were the patriarch, you would still have to teach him a lesson. Back then, before Tang Tianhao became the patriarch, he had taken a lot of care. Tang Jin also looked at Old Master Tang's expression, as if he wanted to know the answer. Old Master Tang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Half a step away. Half a step away. Tang Tianhao and Tang Jin were stunned for a moment, but in the end, a happy smile appeared on their faces. Half a step away meant that they had already taken half a step. Half a step, even if it was half a step, was still a huge leap. It was enough to show disdain for anyone below half a step. You guys can leave first. In 2 days, bring the Gu clan's prince consort to see me. I want to see what the Gu clan has to make me take action, Old Master Tang said arrogantly. Although the Gu clan was a great clan from 10,000 years ago, things were different now. The current Gu clan was not as scary as they were 10,000 years ago, but the Gu clan had only sent a prince consort to forge a spirit artifact. This seemed to be very arrogant, so Old Master Tang also wanted to make things difficult for the Gu clan's prince consort. He wanted to see if the younger generation of the Gu clan had the confidence to make a grandmaster like him, who had been famous for hundreds of years, take action. How could Tang Tianhao not understand Old Master Tang's meaning? He immediately explained, Old Master, he brought 10,000-year iron and 10,000-year deep silver. He was afraid that he didn't know that the other party had brought valuable materials, so he emphasized once again. Old Master Tang said disdainfully, so what? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Old Master, it's different this time, Tang Tianhao said anxiously. He wanted to explain that the amount of 10,000-year iron and 10,000-year deep silver was very large, and not just a little bit. Before he could finish, Old Master Tang waved his hand and interrupted him, no need to say any more. We'll talk after I see that kid. With that, Old Master Tang entered the cave in a flash, and the metal door closed with a bang. Old Master! Tang Tianhao called out again. Unfortunately, he didn't hear a reply. Tang Jin said from the side, let's go back. Since the Old Master has agreed to see that kid, he will definitely be overjoyed when he sees those two things. Tang Tianhao sighed and said, Elder Jin, you don't understand. If I don't make it clear now, when the Old Master sees those two things, he will definitely say that I didn't make it clear. This crime will fall on my head again. Hee, Patriarch, you don't have to worry. The Old Master has always been very open-minded. He won't blame you. Tang Jin chuckled. Tang Tianhao's expression was a little unnatural. He thought to himself, he has always been open-minded, but he only became open-minded after venting his anger. Ling Xiao stayed in the Tang family for 2 days. In these 2 days, Tang Guogua personally brought Ling Xiao to visit the Tang family's iron forging pavilion, the smelting field, and the inscription peak. Ling Xiao finally had a new understanding of the Tang family's refining techniques. The Tang family was different from other forging workshops. They had a very detailed division of labor, and there would be a special person in charge of every order. Finally, before the weapon was out of the furnace, there would be a special master to check the quality of the weapon. Only after passing the master's eyes could the weapon be produced. Once they found any flaws, they would have to be eliminated or reforged again. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh at the scale and management of an ancient family. It was really not something a small family could compare to. It was no wonder that they could maintain the title of the #1 blacksmith family for so long. At this time, Tang Guogua was on his way to the artifact forging pool on the main peak with Ling Xiao. This main peak was where the Tang family was located, and it was controlled by the patriarch of each generation. If one wasn't a direct descendant of the Tang family, very few people would be able to take even half a step near this place. Now that Tang Guogua had brought Ling Xiao to visit the artifact forging pool, it was enough to show how much importance he placed on Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, what do you think of my Tang family's artifact forging place? Tang Guogua asked with a hint of pride. Ling Xiao replied seriously, this is the largest artifact forging place I've ever seen. Your Tang family's artifact forging skills are indeed worthy of their reputation. My Tang family's artifact forging skills have been passed down for nearly 10,000 years. It can be said that no one in the southern region can compare to my Tang family, so Brother Ling, coming to our Tang family to refine spirit artifacts is definitely the best choice, Tang Guogua said proudly. In the past 2 days, the two of them had quickly become familiar with each other, and their conversation was no longer as distant as before. As the two chatted, they quickly arrived at a spacious place facing the sun halfway up the main peak. This place was guarded by a large number of experts from the Tang family, and there were also glittering runes surrounding it. They were on high alert at all times. "Greetings, young master." The leader of the guards around the artifact forging pool respectfully called out to Tang Guogua. "All right, you can leave now. I've brought our esteemed guest here to take a look." Tang Guogua waved his hand, dismissing the guard, and then brought Ling Xiao inside. As soon as they stepped into the surroundings of the artifact forging pool, waves of heat assaulted their nostrils. The high temperature of the air was abnormally uncomfortable. Tang Guogua didn't seem to feel uncomfortable at all when he arrived here. Instead, he seemed to be extremely comfortable. Ling Xiao was just about to circulate his ice chi to resist the heat, but unexpectedly, the blue demon fireball in his sea of consciousness had quietly changed. It actually took the initiative to absorb the heat that was surging towards it. This was the first time this had happened, and Ling Xiao only felt a little surprised. Could it be that the heavenly lightning fire here is also beneficial to the blue demon fireball? As they walked inside, they saw a 100-meter-wide fire pool. The flashing purple waves of fire were constantly surging within the fire pool, and that frighteningly high temperature made it difficult for ordinary people to approach. This artifact forging pool really is an eye-opener. Ling Xiao looked at the surging fire pool and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This was simply a miniature version of a volcano that was isolated from lava. If Ling Xiao hadn't entered the crater of a volcano and faced even more frightening waves of fire, he would have been frightened by this spectacular scene. Tang Guogua smiled and said, "This place has been accumulating lightning fire for many years, making it the best place to forge artifacts. However, ordinary profound artifacts can't withstand the lightning fire here. Only high-level materials for refining spirit artifacts can withstand the flames here. Truly a wondrous place." Ling Xiao exclaimed in admiration once again. The blue demon fireball in his sea of consciousness actually had an urge to rush out, causing Ling Xiao to have a bad feeling. Chapter 428. After the demon blue fire bead was subdued by Ling Xiao, there had been no abnormalities. But now, there was a strong fluctuation, which surprised Ling Xiao. He wasn't afraid that the demon blue fire bead would escape his control, but he was afraid that it would want to devour the thunder fire. If that happened, the Tang family would probably become irreconcilable enemies with him. "Brother Ling, why do you look so unsightly?" Tang Guogua noticed that Ling Xiao's expression was strange and asked. "It's nothing, I just feel a little hot," Ling Xiao replied. Tang Guogua suddenly said, "That's right, the temperature here is too high. How about we leave now?" Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately nodded, "All right." Just as Ling Xiao and Tang Guogua were about to leave the artifact forging pool, a blue bead drilled out from the back of Ling Xiao's head and flew towards the artifact forging pool. "Oh no!" Ling Xiao cried out in his heart. He really didn't expect that the demon blue fire bead would actually go out of control and enter the artifact forging pool. No one noticed this scene, only Ling Xiao could sense it. Just as Ling Xiao and Tang Guogua walked out of the artifact forging pool, the sky suddenly changed color. The darkness became denser in an instant, and gusts of wind blew loudly. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Tang Guogua looked up and his expression changed. He cried out, "Not good, why is there suddenly heavenly lightning descending?" Then he shouted at the guards at the back, "Quick, activate the defensive formation." Tang Guogua immediately sensed that heavenly lightning was about to descend, so he immediately cried out in alarm. They had set up a defensive array here in order to weaken the power of the heavenly thunder, so that the weakened thunder fire would land in the artifact refining pool and become inextinguishable thunder fire. This was also the reason why the Tang family had been gathering thunder fire and forming the artifact refining pool for a long time. When the Tang family heard their young master's cry, they began to set up the formation in an orderly manner. In just a short moment, Light screens gathered from all directions above the artifact forging pool, forming a semicircular, 5-colored light screen barrier. Rumble. Just as the formation was activated, an earth-shattering explosion sounded, and lightning struck down in an instant. When the lightning struck the light barrier, it was indeed blocked. However, a small portion of it still penetrated the light barrier and fell into the refining pool. Brother Ling, you're in for a treat. Heavenly lightning that's rarely seen every few years has actually descended today. I really don't know if you're lucky or if it's our Tang family's fortune. Tang Guogua didn't feel any fear in the face of that deafening thunder. Ling Xiao replied, "Of course this is because your Tang family's luck is like the heavens." But in his heart he muttered, "It can't be caused by it, right?" As the lightning continued to strike for a few days, the entire mountain began to tremble. The people of the Tang clan nearby all saw the heavenly lightning descending. The heavens are truly blessing my Tang family. Heavenly lightning has descended once more, and the crafting pool can once again gather thunderfire. Even if that's the case, our Tang clan no longer has any materials to refine spirit artifacts. What's the point of having thunderfire? I heard that 2 distinguished guests came to the clan 2 days ago. They said that they brought a large amount of materials to ask the old man to refine a spirit artifact. This is great. We have the materials, and the thunderfire has descended again. The quality of the spirit artifact should be even better. Tang Tianhao, who was on top of his main pavilion, was sent flying by the waves of heavenly lightning. Why did the thunderfire suddenly descend? Tang Tianhao muttered as he looked at the lightning in the sky. Usually, there would be signs before the heavenly lightning descended, but this time, it had come so suddenly that it made him feel a little uneasy. The other experts of the Tang family also seemed to have sensed that something was amiss this time. They all came to the front of the main peak and stared at the increasingly dense heavenly lightning. Under the light screen, Tang Guogua also frowned and muttered, "Why is there more and more heavenly lightning?" Tang Guogua had seen the heavenly lightning that occurred once every few years, but looking at the increasing number of heavenly lightning in the sky, he felt a little scared. Could it be that there was a change in the heavenly lightning this time? The expressions of the nearby guards all turned ugly. It was obvious that they had the same thoughts as Tang Guogua. Boom! Dozens of lightning bolts the size of buckets broke through the clouds and smashed down towards the artifact refining pool. The lightning seemed to be about to drown the main peak. Ling Zhao's expression jumped as he exclaimed, "Quick, leave this place. This defense can't hold on any longer." Only then did Tang Guogua come back to his senses and exclaim, "Run!" The 2 of them fled outside, while the others scattered like birds. The Tang family members on the main peak didn't dare to stay any longer. Everyone fled at full speed. The weaker members of the Tang family only hated that they were born with 2 less legs. They were afraid that they would die if they took even half a step. This time, the heavenly lightning was too terrifying. It was too different from the previous heavenly lightning. This was simply the wrath of the heavens, and it wanted to exterminate all life. However, just as Ling Xiao had escaped more than 10 meters, a bolt of lightning actually struck towards him as if it had a mind of its own. Even though Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, he couldn't dodge the speed of the heavenly lightning. Boom! Ling Xiao was smashed into the ground by that huge bolt of lightning. Tang Guogua was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Ling! Don't worry, I won't die." Ling Xiao replied as he bounced up from the ground, his whole body charred. Tang Guogua was overjoyed. If Ling Xiao was killed here, the Tang family would be in big trouble. At the same time, he didn't expect that Ling Xiao was still alive. He was puzzled. Maybe he's wearing a high-grade armor. That lightning strike was comparable to an attack from an earthly sovereign realm cultivator. Even a king-stage cultivator would be reduced to ashes, but Ling Xiao was fine. That was why he thought that Ling Xiao was wearing a high-grade armor. "Let's go! There's a change in the heavenly lightning this time." Tang Guogua shouted. Ling Xiao was just about to leave when he sensed something strange above his head. He looked up and saw another huge bolt of heavenly lightning blasting towards him. "CK, you're just trying to make life difficult for me." Ling Xiao couldn't care less about Tangguogua. He shouted and activated his wind attribute to the fullest. Using Cloud Phantom, he fled out of the equipment refining pool. This was the fastest speed he had ever achieved. Tangguogua was dumbfounded. Did he take the spirit-increasing pill? How can he run so fast? Then, a thunderclap rang out next to Tangguogua. He was so scared that he shivered and hurriedly fled. At this time, the equipment refining pool had been covered by dozens of huge bolts of heavenly lightning. The main peak was almost destroyed. Ling Xiao, who had been running away from the main peak, was still being chased by the lightning, which struck his butt until it split open. If it weren't for the abnormal ancient sovereign divine technique, he would have died a long time ago. Before he knew it, Ling Xiao had escaped to the place where the Tang family's elder had sealed off. Who dares to trespass into the Tang family's forbidden area? A shocking roar rang out. Several figures flew out from different corners. An earthly sovereign looked coldly at the approaching Ling Xiao and shouted again, "If you dare to take another step forward, you'll be half dead." The others were ready to attack. F***CK, if you don't want to die, get out of the way. I'm going to be struck by lightning. Ling Xiao shouted as he fled in that direction. When those people heard Ling Xiao's words, they all cursed in their hearts. Where did this psychopath come from? However, just as they were about to kill Ling Xiao, several bolts of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. This is heavenly lightning. Get out of the way. The earthly sovereign was shocked and hurriedly exclaimed to his companions. At the same time, he didn't dare to attack Ling Xiao. How could those people dare to stop him? They immediately dodged as fast as they could. Rumble. No matter how fast Ling Xiao was, he couldn't escape the pursuit of the heavenly lightning. After being struck by the heavenly lightning, his body flew toward the two iron doors like a kite with a broken string. Ling Xiao slammed into the iron doors. The iron doors collapsed, and the strong defensive power sent him flying far away. Ling Xiao couldn't withstand the powerful attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was indescribably pale. Ling Xiao actually didn't die after being struck by several heavenly lightning. Apart from being in an indescribable sorry state, he could still get up. At the same time, layers of golden light appeared around his body like dragon scales, giving him a contradictory temperament that was both desolate and domineering at the same time. F***CK, what's going on? Why is this young master so unlucky to be struck by lightning in broad daylight? Is there any justice in this world? Ling Xiao looked up and cursed. His body was in excruciating pain, and his hands and feet were numb from the electric current. For a moment, his hands and feet weren't sharp enough. At the same time, the 3 parts restoration in his body quietly absorbed the power of the lightning and fire that had struck him, and the ancient emperor's divine art quickly healed his injuries. At that moment, the 2 iron doors opened, and a fiery figure appeared in front of Ling Xiao, looking down at him coldly. Ling Xiao felt like he'd been targeted by a venomous snake, and his entire body felt indescribably uncomfortable. He inwardly exclaimed, "Paraparagon level aura. Who are you, kid? How dare you disturb this old man?" The Tang family's old man stared coldly at Ling Xiao. The Tang family's old man looked at Ling Xiao with a strange expression. Is this kid an alien? His hair is smoking, and his body is black as if he just crawled out of a furnace? Ling Xiao was just about to respond when another wave of thunder rumbled. Ling Xiao's expression changed. The Tang family's old man looked at the sky not far away, and his eyes narrowed as he muttered, When did the lightning become so terrifying? At that moment, several bolts of lightning struck towards Ling Xiao. The Tang family's old man thought that the lightning was coming for him, so he raised a sea of fire in his hand and blasted it towards the lightning. ZZ! The flames from the Tang family's old man actually managed to disperse the lightning, leaving only countless thin sparks flying to the side. What's going on? Not good, something has happened to the crafting pool. The Tang family's old man was puzzled. Then he saw that the main peak was half a foot shorter, and his expression changed. Following that, he turned into a meteor and flew towards the main peak. Ling Xiao shouted, "Grandpa, don't go. Help me block it." Ling Xiao knew that the Tang family's power was boundless, and that he could actually block the lightning. Thus, he gritted his teeth and chased after the Tang family's old man. Actually, he also knew why he was struck by the lightning. It must have been the blue demon fire bead's doing. He had to summon it back. If the blue demon fire bead was discovered by the Tang family, he would be in deep trouble. Chapter 429. At the Tang family's main peak, the artifact refining pool had already been bombarded by dozens of lightning flames. This situation was simply like the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. It was extremely terrifying. In the middle of the artifact refining pool, a blue pearl emitted countless heavenly flames as it fought against the heavenly lightning. One blue and one purple continuously clashed, and the scorching temperature could even evaporate the Earth Emperor. The blue flames were constantly bombarded by the heavenly fire and gradually began to compress. It was as if the blue flames were unable to stop so many lightning bolts from striking down. In the end, the demonic blue flames were dispersed, and countless lightning bolts struck the body of the bead. Most of the Tang family members had already retreated. They looked at the main peak that had been baptized by lightning from afar and wanted to cry. "Who can tell me what's going on?" Tang Tianhao roared like an angry lion. That was the foundation of their Tang family, and it was actually destroyed just like that. The experts of the Tang family were all silent. To be honest, they all knew about this kind of heavenly might. At this time, Tang Guoda flew over. He seemed to have been touched by the lightning and his clothes were torn in a few places. Fortunately, it was not a big deal. "Luoda, are you all right?" Tang Tianhao asked nervously. Tang Guoda shook his head and said, "I'm fine." Then he looked around at the people around him and asked, "Has anyone seen Brother Ling?" All the members of the Tang family looked at each other with blank expressions on their faces. Tang Guoda's expression became gloomy, but his heart was in a terrible state. At this moment, an extremely fast figure appeared beside Tang Guoda and asked, "Where's my young master?" The person who came was Savage Leopard. Ling Xiao did not let him follow him for the past 2 days. However, with such a terrifying heavenly lightning descending, Savage Leopard was worried that something would happen to Ling Xiao, so he rushed over to ask. Although he had not completely subdued Ling Xiao, he still had to do this. After all, Ling Xiao still had half of his residual soul in his sea of consciousness. This was related to his life and death, so he had no choice but to worry for Ling Xiao. "That's right, Luoda, hasn't little brother Ling been following you? Why don't I see him?" Tang Tianhao asked. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became unnatural. Could it be that he... Tang Tianhao looked at his son's pathetic state and looked in the direction of the main peak. He started to worry for Ling Xiao. If the prince consort of the Gu clan died here, how would the Tang clan answer to them? Looking at the Savage Leopard's sullen face, Tang Guoda could only brace himself and say, "Just now, Brother Ling was struck by lightning." No, he was chased by lightning. He escaped from the artifact forging pool, but I don't know where he is now. He prayed in his heart, "I hope he's all right. What's going on with this sky lightning? Why would he chase after my family's young master? Is it because you want to snatch the high-grade materials in his hands?" Savage Leopard coldly glanced at Tang Guoda and asked, "How is that possible? Even if we want to snatch Brother Ling's materials, we don't have to sacrifice our Tang clan's foundation." Tang Guoda replied. Tang Tianhao also hurriedly replied, "That's right, my lord, this is the location of our Tang family's artifact refining pool. Every few years, there will be heavenly lightning descending, and this is something that everyone in the southern region knows about. It's just that the heavenly lightning this time is different, and its power is 10 times more terrifying than before. Even my family's defensive formation can't withstand it, but it's not that we want to deal with your young master." Savage Leopard looked towards the heavenly lightning and also felt that it wasn't man-made, so he believed the Tang father and son's words. At the same time, he also sensed that Ling Xiao should be fine. At this time, a king stage cultivator stood up and said, "Just now, I saw the young master who was chased by the heavenly lightning flying towards the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. Look, there's also heavenly lightning descending in the forbidden area at the back of the mountain." Another Tang clan member pointed at the back of the mountain and exclaimed. For a moment, everyone looked towards the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. Listening to the rumbling of thunder, their scalps went numb. This was the first time they had seen heavenly lightning descending from the back of the mountain. They couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the young master's character is too bad that he was sent by the heavens? Let's go and take a look. Tang Tianhao exclaimed and prepared to fly towards the back of the mountain. At this moment, a fiery figure rapidly flew over from the direction of the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. Before they could clearly see who it was, they only felt their vision blur, and the figure had already arrived in front of them. Greetings, old master, ancestor. When the Tang clan saw who it was, they all bowed and greeted him. Grandfather Tang gently nodded his head. His gaze was fixed upon the lightning pool with an incomparably serious expression on his face. Old master looked. The artifact forging pool has been destroyed. Tang Tianhao cautiously said to the old master. Old Master Tang ignored him, but in his heart, could it be that after years of accumulation, some kind of treasure has been formed? After hesitating for a moment, Old Master Tang flew in that direction. Old Master, don't go over. Tang Gu cried out nervously. Young Master, don't worry. Old Master knows what to do, Tang Jin comforted from the side. At this moment, another figure flew over from the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. Brother Ling. Tang Gu couldn't help but exclaim when he saw that Ling Xiao was still alive. At the same time, he also wanted to fly towards Ling Xiao. Don't come over, get out of the way. Ling Xiao cried out and chased in the direction of Old Master Tang. At the same time, several bolts of lightning chased after him, scaring everyone into fleeing. When they saw that Ling Xiao had been struck by those bolts of lightning, everyone cried out in alarm. At the same time, they all thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. But in the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. Ling Xiao actually staggered up from the ground, his entire body glowing with the golden dragon scale protection force. Damn it, this young master can't be struck to death. Ling Xiao shouted towards the sky, then propped himself up and flew towards the artifact forging pool. What did I see just now? Tang Tianhao asked in a daze. It seems like little brother Ling was really struck by lightning. Tang Jin replied cooperatively. He didn't die even after being struck by lightning. How valiant! Tang Gu was tongue-tied. The members of the Tang family were all incomparably shocked. They didn't understand how Ling Xiao was still alive after being struck by lightning. If it were them, they would probably be left with a cloud of smoke. On the other side, Savage Leopard's expression kept changing. No one knew what he was thinking. At the main peak, the area around Old Master Tang was surrounded by flames. He walked step by step in the direction of the artifact forging pool. The deeper he went, the more stifled and uncomfortable he felt. He felt that the lightning was a strong threat to him. It wasn't as simple as the previous bolts of lightning. Furthermore, he also felt an indescribable burning pain. He was a cultivator of the fire attribute, so normal flames shouldn't be able to hurt him. However, before he even touched the flames, he already felt a burning pain. He didn't dare to go any closer. A few drops of sweat dripped down his old face as he looked at the thunderbolt pool in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally arrived in front of the thunderbolt pool. Old Master Tang glanced at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, "Who exactly are you?" Ling Xiao said with thick smoke coming out of his mouth, "I'm your Tang family's VIP. What are you doing? You actually used lightning to strike this young master. Are you trying to murder me for my money?" Although Ling Xiao didn't know who the old man in front of him was, he could guess that this old man's status wasn't low. It was very likely that he was the Tang family's legendary Old Master. Old Master Tang was stunned for a moment before saying, "You're the Gu clan's prince consort? It's good that you know. Help me block a few bolts of lightning first." Just as Ling Xiao was speaking, another bolt of lightning came crashing down. However, this time, the number of lightning bolts was several times more than the previous ones. Old Master Tang's expression changed. With so many lightning bolts, even if he was half a step into the honorable realm, he would still have to retreat. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he took out a fire-colored broadsword and a square-shaped shield. The moment these two weapons appeared, the silhouettes of two powerful beasts soared into the sky. Waves of spiritual energy emanated from them. With one look, one could tell that these were no ordinary weapons. Anything that old Master Tang could take out was definitely a spiritual weapon of the 6th rank and above. With a broadsword in one hand and a shield in the other, he faced the lightning bolts head-on. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to swallow a few healing pills. Then, two more spiritual weapons appeared in his hands, the Green Dragon Moon-slaying sword and the Heavenly Dragon shield. Old Master Tang had spent his entire life in smithing, so he was very sensitive to spiritual weapons. He immediately noticed the two extraordinary weapons in Ling Xiao's hands. High-grade spiritual weapons. He couldn't help but exclaim. However, he wanted to go over and see what was going on. Unfortunately, the power of the lightning was extraordinary and it forced him to retreat. Fortunately, the lightning only pushed him back and didn't pursue him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Just as he came back to his senses, he saw Ling Xiao dive headfirst into the pool of lightning. "Kid, don't go in. Even if you have a spiritual weapon, you'll still die." Old Master Tang couldn't help but exclaim. Unfortunately, the lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. How could Ling Xiao hear it? Even if he could hear it, he still had to go in. At this moment, the lightning in the sky became even more concentrated and ferocious. Old Master Tang wanted to rely on his spiritual weapon to enter the lightning pool to save Tang Wuling. Unfortunately, the terrifying lightning bolts and incomparably hot flames made it impossible for him to get close. "Something's wrong," Old Master Tang muttered to himself. Then he retreated far away and returned to Tang Tianhao's side. Immediately passed down the order. "Tell everyone not to worry. Once the lightning passes, everything will be fine," Old Master Tang said faintly. Tang Tianhao immediately replied, "Yes, Old Master." "Old Master, did you see someone go in with you just now?" Tang Luigua asked. Old Master Tang looked at Tang Luigua and replied, "You mean that kid from the Gu race?" Tang Luigua nodded and said, "That's him. Why didn't he come out with you?" "That kid went into the lightning pool," Old Master Tang replied indifferently. "What? He went into the lightning pool?" Tang Luigua said in shock. The Tang family members were also moved. "The lightning energy there is too terrifying. Even if I go near it, I'll only die. I'm afraid that kid." "Everything points to disaster," Old Master Tang continued. For a moment, Tang Tianhao and Tang Luiguo's expressions became extremely ugly. Only Savage Leopard, who was at the side, did not show any signs of worry. Only he knew that Ling Xiao had entered the lightning pool. Nothing should have happened to him, otherwise he would also be implicated. Chapter 430. The main peak of the Tang clan was filled with thunder and lightning. Bolts of heavenly lightning kept striking at the same place, as if there was something there that had angered them. In the middle of the lightning pool, a figure stumbled as he walked towards the inside. The heavenly dragon shield in his hand formed a thick and solid green light, isolating the lightning and flames. In addition, he used the long saber in his hand to slash a path, as though he was looking for something. Wasn't this person Ling Xiao who went into the lightning pool? Damned pearl. Come back, where did it go? Ling Xiao wanted to find the blue demon fire pearl even though he would be struck by lightning. It was one of his life-saving trump cards, and he couldn't lose it. Moreover, he still needed it to refine elixirs. Ling Xiao really couldn't understand. What on earth was attracting the blue demon fire pearl to fly out of his control? It even attracted the punishment of the heavenly thunder. Even he was implicated. He felt even more wrong than Doi. The power of the lightning was not random. Even Ling Xiao felt rather strained with the heavenly dragon shield. There were a few times when he almost lost his grip. After holding on for a while, Ling Xiao finally saw the blue demon fire pearl that was struck by the lightning. However, he saw that the blue demon fire pearl situation was not good. It was about to be smashed by the lightning. At this moment, Ling Xiao didn't dare to go any closer because the power of the lightning was even more terrifying. Even the pearl couldn't withstand it, so the spirit weapon in his hand wouldn't be able to withstand it. Damned pearl, come back. Ling Xiao used his spiritual power to send a strong will to pull the blue demon fire pearl back into his sea of consciousness. The blue demon fire pearl seemed to have sensed Ling Xiao's summon and gave a strong response. It flew towards Ling Xiao and entered between his eyebrows. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, but the next moment he was dumbfounded. The most powerful lightning was chasing after him. The lightning arrived in an instant, and the heavenly dragon shield in his hand was almost shaken off. Obsidian cauldron, transform. Ling Xiao's entire body was trembling, and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. The power of the thunder and lightning was too much for him. The heavenly dragon shield seemed to be on the verge of breaking. In desperation, he could only take out the heavenly cauldron to defend himself. The obsidian cauldron instantly expanded to the size of a house, shielding Ling Xiao from the lightning strikes. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, if I had known, I would have called Tianding out earlier. Suddenly, in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, there was an intense pain, causing him to scream miserably. Ling Xiao covered his head and rolled on the ground. Hot air was coming out of his 7 orifices, as if his head was going to be burned. What's going on? Ling Xiao endured the pain and dove into his sea of consciousness to see what was going on. He saw that there was a blue sea of flames in his sea of consciousness, and the small tree had retreated far away. The other bead was faintly emitting a gray baleful aura to block it, but it had also been forced into a corner. The remnant soul of the savage leopard was scurrying in all directions in a terrible situation. Old Lu, what's going on? Ling Xiao asked the small tree. A green figure flashed out, and a powerful green barrier of light isolated the sea of flames. Lu Weng frowned and stroked his beard. It's advancing. What they can also advance? Ling Xiao was shocked to hear this. What's so surprising about that? Everything can grow. It's a foreign object condensed from heaven and earth, so of course it can advance, Lu Weng replied. Then what should I do? If this continues, it'll destroy my place, Ling Xiao replied, at a loss. It's absorbing too much energy, so it can't digest it in a short amount of time. So you need to help it share some of the energy. That way, you might be able to resolve it, Lu Weng said. I'll help it resolve it? Ling Xiao was stunned, but he didn't know how to help it. That's right, guide its energy for your own use, Lu Weng replied. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, and felt that the blue sea of flames was surging even more fiercely. I'll try, Ling Xiao said, and then immediately used his heart to sense the blue demon fire bead, making his request. He had already branded the blue demon fire bead with his imprint, so it could naturally sense his intentions. The blue demon fire bead agreed without hesitation. Ling Xiao used his mental strength to guide the extra fire attribute energy out of his sea of consciousness. The extra fire attribute energy seemed to have found an outlet and immediately rushed out in the direction that Ling Xiao had come from. Ling Xiao felt his body instantly surge. He knew that this was the extra energy from the blue demon fire bead. Without waiting for his instructions, the 3 parts restoration chi also began to circulate at high speed. The energy turned into a whirlpool, and in an instant, it passed through Ling Xiao's meridians and squeezed into Ling Xiao's dantian. Boom! Ling Xiao's dantian was attacked by a large amount of energy, and it almost shook. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's dantian had already condensed 3 layers of defense around it, so the energy was not able to destroy it. The energy was quickly absorbed by the stabilized dantian. With the addition of such a large amount of energy, the dantian instantly expanded. The 3 layers of defense around it instantly overlapped, gradually forming a 5-colored screen of light. He had thought that this was already very strange, but the most surprising thing was yet to come. He saw that the dantian actually began to crack and evolve from its solid state. A person's dantian was the foundation of a martial artist. Once it was destroyed, it meant that the martial artist's path of martial arts would be reduced to nothingness. Could it be that Ling Xiao's dantian was broken by the powerful energy and destroyed? This was clearly impossible. Although Ling Xiao had never seen this situation before, He knew that this should be a sign that he had broken through a barrier that had been stuck for a long time. That's right, this was actually the sign of the 3 parts restoration chi breaking through the 5th level of spirit transformation. He saw that after the dantian was broken, the energy turned into a whirlpool, constantly absorbing the energy that was still rushing in. The whirlpool of dantian spun faster and faster, and the change was also getting bigger and bigger. Ling Zhao's 5 elemental powers, metal, fire, ice, wood, and wind, were softened and transformed into a colorful whirlpool in his dantian. As the energy continued to rush in, the whirlpool of dantian grew larger and larger. It looked like a boundless starry sky, beautiful and mysterious. In Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness, Lu Weng also seemed to sense the changes in Ling Zhao's dantian, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "This kid has actually evolved source energy, it's really incredible." Ling Xiao was at a loss about all of this. He only knew that his limbs were in shock, his organs were being washed by the most violent energy, and his dantian was being attacked like never before. At first, it was extremely uncomfortable, but in the end, it was like being washed in cold water in the summer, or the wonderful feeling of being bathed in a hot spring in the winter. After an unknown amount of time, the heavenly lightning in the sky knew that it could not break through the heaven cauldron's defense, so it could only return to the clouds, and calm returned. The Tang family members not far away all let out a sigh of relief. The continuous thunder and lightning these past few days had made them panic, and they almost wanted to abandon the camp and escape. Fortunately, the heavenly lightning was only targeting the main peak, and the other places were fine, so they stayed. 3 days, a full 3 days. What exactly made the heavenly lightning so angry? Tang Tianhao said with a pained expression. Looking at the main peak that had been flattened, leaving only smoke and the sea of fire that was still surging, making it difficult for people to get close, he felt extremely uncomfortable. "I wonder if Brother Ling will." Tang Luigua looked at the lightning pool with a complicated expression and sighed. Tang Tianhao frowned and said, "The old man said that he saw little Brother Ling go in with his own eyes that day. Even if he did something, it has nothing to do with our Tang family." Although that's what he said, the people of the Gu clan might not believe it, Tang Luigua replied. "Sigh, the sky really is unpredictable. Little Brother Ling has just come to our Tang family, and such a thing has already happened. The foundation of our Tang family has been destroyed. It's really a pity for the 10,000-year iron and 10,000-year deep silver." Tang Tianhao sighed heavily. "Father, maybe the situation is not as bad as we think," Tang Luigua comforted. Just as Tang Tianhao was about to say something, Tang Jin walked over and said, "Patriarch, the old man has gone over again." Tang Tianhao replied, "We can't control the old man's actions. I hope that he can find some clues." "Oh right, where is the lord of the Gu clan?" "He has been resting and hasn't made any movements," Tang Jin replied. "Isn't he worried at all?" Tang Tianhao asked doubtfully. "Elder Jin, could he have used some secret method to inform the Gu clan?" Tang Luigua guessed. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the 3 of them became complicated. If that was really the case, their Tang family would be in trouble. "Forget it, we can't avoid it no matter if it's a blessing or a curse. Let's wait for the old man to come out," Tang Tianhao sighed. In the sky above the lightning pool, a fiery figure floated high in the air, balls of fire emitting a dazzling light. Old Man Tang stared at the place where the lightning and fire intersected, his expression incomparably solemn. Could it be that the heavenly lightning bead has really been condensed? Old Man Tang muttered. Immediately after, a fiery spirit blade and a large square shield appeared in his hands. His entire body turned into a shooting star as he plunged towards the lightning pool. Zizi! Just as a living being approached, the lightning and fire immediately shot towards it. However, the power of the lightning and fire was much weaker than the power of the heavenly lightning, so it was unable to touch Old Man Tang at all. With a single slash, he broke through the lightning and fire, intending to dive deeper. Who knew that at this moment, there would be a powerful rebound that shook his saber attack back to him. Fortunately, Old Man Tang's reaction was fast enough, or else he would have suffered a backlash from his own slash. There really is a foreign object down there. Old Man Tang was overjoyed. He had observed the heavenly lightning for the past few days, and its power was more than 10 times stronger than before, so he had guessed that there must be a foreign object being born here. Now that there was a reaction, how could he not be happy? It's no use. Ancestors' many years of setting up the array here has finally yielded results. Old Man Tang's eyes shone as he muttered. A few more spiritual objects appeared in his spatial ring. Chapter 431. Grandfather Tang had devoted his entire life to smithing, so he naturally had no lack of spiritual weapons. He actually took out a complete set of armor. Helmet, arm guards, leg guards. All the main defensive parts were in perfect condition. After putting on this set of armor, Grandfather Tang looked majestic, as if he had become 100 years younger. Holding on to his broadsword and shield, he plunged into the lightning pool below. It had to be said that Grandfather Tang was extremely courageous. If it was anyone else, even with a full set of armor, they would not dare to enter the frightening lightning pool. The defensive armor of a spiritual weapon was indeed extraordinary. As Grandfather Tang slowly descended into the lightning pool, the lightning fire was gradually isolated. As Grandfather Tang gradually ventured deeper, he felt as though he was being isolated by something. He could faintly make out a black silhouette beneath the lightning fire. It looked like a huge cauldron, a cauldron as big as a house. What is this thing? Grandfather Tang muttered with a frown. This strange object was clearly different from what he had imagined. Immediately after, Grandfather Tang circulated his power. His broadsword emitted thick flames as it slashed towards the faintly visible cauldron. Rumble! A loud explosion rang out and a strong rebounding force forced Grandfather Tang to retreat. What kind of godly object is this? Could it be the doing of that Gu clan brat? Grandfather Tang's expression turned ugly. This crafting pool was formed by the thunder absorption array laid down by the Tang clan's ancestors. Its purpose was to provide the Tang clan with lightning fire to forge spiritual weapons. At the same time, they also hoped that after generations of accumulation, they could condense the legendary Divine Thunder Bead. The Divine Thunder Bead was one of the tens of godly grade beads in the world. It was on the same level as the innate Yin Wind Bead and the Blue Demon Fire Bead. Strange pearls all existed in exceptional places, and after tens of thousands of years, it was possible for them to form. Grandfather Tang felt that the strange phenomenon in the past few days was a sign of the formation of the Divine Thunder Bead, so he was extremely excited and expectant. But now, the situation seemed to be different. He could not help but suspect that this was the doing of Ling Xiao, but he also felt that it was not possible. These few days, the lightning had been so terrifying that even with his armor, he did not dare to approach. Ling Xiao was only a low-level king. If he were to land here, he would definitely die. Thinking of this, he denied the idea that Ling Xiao could survive. Once again, he unleashed a powerful killing technique, and the flames on his saber continued to surge. Although Old Master Tang had yet to reach the honorable rank, after 2 years of enlightenment, he had gained a deeper understanding of the mysteries of the miniature world. This slash of his had already gathered his strongest attack, forming a small sea of flames. Just as Grandfather Tang was about to make his move, a powerful aura rose from the lightning pool. For a moment, lightning and fire surged in all directions. Grandfather Tang cautiously retreated. Who's breaking through? Could it really be that brat? Grandfather Tang's expression changed to one of shock. He could actually sense someone breaking through in the lightning pool. This was simply unbelievable. Grandfather Tang did not unleash any powerful attacks. Instead, he coldly observed the movements above the lightning pool. Not long after, a golden figure emerged from the lightning pool. Grandfather Tang looked over and his expression changed. It's really that brat. The person who emerged was none other than Ling Xiao, who had absorbed the energy from the Blue Demon Fire Bead. The vortex dantian in his body had already turned into a 5-colored state, and his aura was rising steadily. In an instant, he had reached the peak of the low-level king stage. In the next moment, he broke through and reached the mid-level king stage. This brat is using the smithing pool to cultivate? Grandfather Tang was tongue-tied. The smithing pool was a place that could even refine an earthly emperor. Furthermore, it had been bombarded by lightning for 3 consecutive days. Even a high-level heavenly venerable would have to retreat. Yet, Ling Xiao did not die in the smithing pool and even managed to break through. This made Grandfather Tang unable to wrap his head around it. However, Ling Xiao's aura continued to soar. In just a moment, he had reached the mid-level king stage, and before long, he had reached the peak of the mid-level king stage. Just as Ling Xiao's aura was about to break through to the high-level king stage, it was forcefully suppressed by Ling Xiao. His aura wasn't just any ordinary kind of power. Even under Ling Xiao's suppression, it continued to rise. "Stop right there!" Ling Xiao shouted. His hands formed a series of hand seals, suppressing the energy that was surging into his dantian. After a while, Ling Xiao's aura finally stopped. His strength had also reached the peak of the mid-level king stage, and he could break through to the high-level king stage at any time. Not far away, Grandfather Tang looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. He thought to himself, this kid's temperament isn't bad. He was actually able to resist the urge to break through. His future is limitless. Ling Xiao's dispirited appearance from 3 days ago was swept away. His entire body shone with a golden light, and the ancient emperor's divine technique flowed with the golden dragon's image. The dragon scale dark shield covered his body, giving him an indescribable sense of nobility. Ah! Ling Xiao let out a cry of surprise. He waved his hand at the lightning fire in the lightning pool. A ball of lightning fire surged towards him, and he tossed it into the sky. Rumble! The fireball exploded in midair, and all the clouds in the sky were blasted into nothingness. The earth-shattering explosion shocked the Tang family members not far away. They were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. They thought that lightning had descended once again. This feels pretty good. Ling Xiao clenched his fists and laughed proudly. He didn't know how much lightning fire the demon blue fireball had absorbed, but it couldn't even digest it all. Not only had it allowed him to break through to the 5th level of the 3 parts returning technique, it had also allowed him to break through to the mid-level king stage. His current strength couldn't be compared to before. Right now, he was rejoicing. This young master's character is really good. I was able to break through even after being struck by lightning a few times. Just as Ling Xiao was feeling proud of himself, old Master Tang said in dissatisfaction, "Brat, if you don't come down now, I'll explode your balls." The smile on Ling Xiao's face froze. He had been too proud of himself to notice that there was someone beside him. Who dares to explode this young master's balls? Ling Xiao shouted down. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw old Master Tang below him. Although old Master Tang was fully armored, Tang Wulin recognized him immediately. "So it's an old grandpa. It's such a hot day. Don't you feel hot wearing so many clothes?" Ling Xiao's expression changed faster than flipping the page of a book. He immediately revealed a harmless smile. Then he slowly descended from the sky. Although he had the ability to go against old Master Tang, he still needed him to refine a spiritual weapon for him. Naturally, he couldn't afford to offend him here. Not to mention, his strength had greatly increased and he was in a good mood. Why would he casually make a move? Old Master Tang was stunned by Ling Xiao's change. He thought that Ling Xiao would immediately make a move after hearing his shout. It turned out that this brat knew when to advance and when to retreat. "What did you obtain in the crafting pool?" Old Master Tang asked quietly. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he replied, "Old Grandpa, what did you say? Besides being struck by lightning, what else did I obtain? Could it be that there was something strange in the crafting pool?" Indeed, Ling Xiao did not obtain anything. Even if there was something, it would have been the demon blue fire bead. It had nothing to do with him. Don't try to deny it. If you didn't obtain anything, how could you break through here? Furthermore, you were able to withstand the heavenly lightning. Do you really think this old man is a 3-year-old child? Of course, old Master Tang did not believe him. He felt that the strange phenomenon that had occurred over the past few days must have been caused by something strange occurring in the crafting pool. Otherwise, how could it have been so abnormal? And now, not only did Ling Xiao not die, he had even broken through in front of his eyes. Other than absorbing something strange, he could not think of any other reason. Old grandpa, you can't accuse me wrongly. I am an honored guest that you invited. It was Brother De Guang who brought me to visit the crafting pool, causing me to be struck by lightning for no reason. I haven't even settled this debt, yet you're still blaming me for taking something from your crafting pool? This is too much. Ling Xiao said anxiously. He looked like he was about to cry, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Old Master Tang was puzzled. Could it be that we've wrongly accused him? Then let me ask you how you were able to withstand the heavenly lightning for so many days. Don't tell me it's because you have a good character. Old Master Tang asked again. When Ling Xiao had entered the lightning pool, Old Master Tang had personally seen Ling Xiao take out a high-grade spirit weapon. Just now, he had also seen the shadow of the cauldron. He felt that this kid from Gu City was very mysterious and could not help but be more vigilant. Ling Xiao knew that if he did not reveal one or two powerful trump cards, he would definitely not be able to fool this old man. Just as Ling Xiao was about to open his mouth, several figures flew over from not far away. The people who had come were Tang Tianhao, Tang De Guang, Tang Jin, Tang Fu, and a few other members of the Tang family. Savage Leopard was also among them. Savage Leopard first looked at Ling Xiao in surprise, then went in front of Ling Xiao and bowed, asking, "Young master, are you all right?" "Don't worry, I won't die yet," Ling Xiao replied. "Brother Ling, you really scared me to death." "I thought it's good that you're all right," Tang De Guang said happily when he saw that Ling Xiao was still alive. At the same time, the boulder that had been pressing down on his heart also relaxed. He was really afraid that the Gu clan would come looking for him. He did not know how his family would explain this to them. Tang Tianhao, who was at the side, also let out a sigh of relief. However, seeing that Ling Xiao had actually advanced, and was even at the peak of the mid-stage king stage, this made him extremely surprised. Tang Jin and Tang Fu, who were at the side, also saw the depth of Ling Xiao's strength, and their hearts were indescribably shocked. Could it be that being struck by lightning can still advance? They all thought in their hearts in doubt. At this time, the members of the Tang family saw old Master Tang again and they all came forward to greet him. Only then did Ling Xiao confirm that this old man in front of him was the ancestor of the Tang family. "Fortunately, I did not offend this old man, otherwise my plan would have been ruined," Ling Xiao said in his heart. He had obtained some benefits, but he had not forgotten the purpose of this trip. Old Master Tang withdrew the set of spirit armor, stared at Ling Xiao, and asked, "Brat, you still haven't answered my question just now. How did you withstand the heavenly lightning and not die? If you don't give me a reason, don't even think about leaving this place." If my young master wants to leave, who dares to stop him?" Savage Leopard shouted in front of Ling Xiao. He was now a high-level Earth Emperor, and this body was compatible with his attributes. With his ability, even if he were to fight a half-step Empyrean, so what? Chapter 432. Savage Leopard was once a peak-level demon emperor. Although he had lost his terrifying cultivation, he still had some battle experience. Of course, he could still use those high-level profound skills. With his strength as a high-level Earth Emperor, it was not difficult for him to fight someone of a higher level. The grandfather Tang in front of him was only half a step into the honored realm, not a true honored realm. Naturally, he was not afraid. However, he had forgotten that grandfather Tang carried more than 10 spiritual weapons with him. In a battle, he was not any weaker than a low-level honored realm expert. Good. It's been a long time since someone has spoken to this old man like this. You are the first in 100 years. Today, I will make an example out of you. Otherwise, people will think that I am old and useless, Grandfather Tang laughed. He had always had an explosive temper. In the Tang family, no one dared to provoke him. Now, an outsider with a lower level of strength dared to act in front of the younger generation of the Tang family. Before anyone from the Tang family could stop him, Grandfather Tang did not use any weapons. Instead, he sent a giant palm towards the savage leopard's chest. His palm was as fast as lightning, making it impossible for anyone to defend against it. Careful! Ling Xiao was powerless to stop him, so he could only warn Savage Leopard. However, Savage Leopard revealed an excited expression. His feet moved in a strange manner, cleverly dodging Grandfather Tang's flaming palm. At the same time, he turned his hand into a claw. 5 black feeler-like horns pierced towards Grandfather Tang's back. This move was endless and his reaction speed was extremely fast. Before Grandfather Tang could even turn his back, the Tang family members were shocked. But, just as the black tentacles were about to touch Elder Tang's back, they were engulfed in flames, completely incinerating the 5 tentacles. You want to deal with me with this? You are still far from it, Grandfather Tang coldly snorted without turning his head. His body disappeared, and in the next moment, he was already on top of Savage Leopard's head. Another flaming palm slammed towards Savage Leopard's head. Savage Leopard was still fearless, and actually met the attack head-on. Rumble! A powerful spiritual energy field shook, and the two immediately separated. Grandfather Tang was still standing in his original position, while Savage Leopard had retreated a dozen steps. The difference in strength was obvious. The people of the Tang family were very happy, but Ling Xiao was not worried. He knew that the Savage Leopard was a dignified demon emperor. If he could not even deal with a half-venerable, then he would have lived in vain. Grandfather Tang looked at the Savage Leopard that he had forced back, his heart filled with shock. His strength was only half a step away from the Exalted Realm, and an ordinary peak earthly Emperor realm expert wouldn't be a match for him. Moreover, even though he'd only used 70% of his strength just now, he was actually unable to injure the young man before him. How could he not be shocked by this? You're still not at the Exalt rank. Even if you are, what can you do to me? The Savage Leopard revealed an arrogant smile. Following that, he left a trail of afterimages in midair as he struck out with both palms. Countless black tentacles shot out towards Elder Tang. Grandfather Tang harumphed coldly. His body was like a blazing sun as he sent both his palms flying towards the black tentacles. The black tentacles were smashed into pieces, but it was as if they were reborn. Once broken, they would regrow. Furthermore, they were able to bypass his attack and attack him. Suddenly, the Savage Leopard revealed a strange smile. With a flick of his hands, the black tentacles flew out of his hands and shot towards Grandfather Tang. He took the opportunity to enter the middle of the black tentacles. Grandfather Tang did not panic. The flames around his body grew stronger and stronger. He turned his palms into the shape of a blade and forcefully cut open the black tentacles. How can the dark attribute fight against my fire attribute? Grandfather Tang said with extreme arrogance. However, when he tried to find the Savage Leopard, he could no longer find him. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind at the back of his head. Without thinking, Grandfather Tang immediately turned around and met the attack with his palm. Poof! Grandfather Tang did not expect that his palm would land on a black broadsword. It actually broke through his flames and injured his palm. Grandfather Tang was enraged. This time, he was truly enraged. In front of his own descendant, he was actually injured by a high-level Earth Emperor. This was a great humiliation for a half-step honored realm expert like him. You actually managed to injure me. You can be proud even in death. Grandfather Tang said faintly. His hands continued to condense dozens of weapons around him. 100-weapon assault. Grandfather Tang roared angrily. With a wave of his hands, the condensed weapons flew towards the Savage Leopard. We still don't know who will die. The Savage Leopard was extremely headstrong. He raised the blood-devouring demon blade and faced the incoming weapons. Clang, clang, clang. A series of ear-piercing sounds rang out in the air. The members of the Tang family had already retreated far away. Ling Xiao was no exception. If he was caught in the crossfire between the two, no one would have a good time. He might even lose his life on the spot. Brother Ling's servant is so powerful. He actually managed to injure Grandfather Tang. Tang Tianhao was tongue-tied. Could he also have the strength of a half-step honored realm expert? If that's the case, it will be troublesome for us to offend the Gu clan. Tang Tianhao frowned. Tang Jin, who was at the side, said indifferently, "Grandfather will definitely win." Not far away, Ling Xiao looked at the brave savage leopard and muttered, "I didn't expect this guy to recover so much. It looks like I have to pay more attention to him, lest he backfires." Grandfather Tang and the savage leopard had been fighting for a long time, and his mood became even more restless. His entire life he had focused on refining tools. Although he was already a half-step honored realm expert, his battle strength was still a bit lacking. Moreover, his fame was mainly due to his spirit tools. Compared to the savage leopard's battle strength, it was incomparable. He had originally wanted to defeat the savage leopard with just his palms, but it seemed that the opponent in front of him was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. In a situation where hundreds of moves were useless against the savage leopard, Grandfather Tang could only take out a fire-colored spirit blade from his spatial ring and directly force the savage leopard back dozens of meters. "Watch me slaughter you, brat." Grandfather Tang was already furious. He raised the fire-colored spirit blade and rushed to the front of the savage leopard, wanting to cut it in half. The members of the Tang family cried out in alarm, "Grandfather, please have mercy." Unfortunately, Grandfather Tang's killing intent had already been aroused, so how could he listen to their advice? The savage leopard was also amazing. Although it had been injured by Grandfather Tang, it still raised its blade to resist. However, its strength was much weaker than Grandfather Tang's. Moreover, Grandfather Tang held a spirit tool in his hand, increasing its power by several times. The savage leopard was once again sent flying far away, causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood. Grandfather Tang chased after it once again, and the savage leopard was no longer able to resist. Just as the savage leopard was about to die at Grandfather Tang's hands, a shocking dragon's roar rang out. The people in midair were shaken by the roar, and the Tang family's king stage experts were shaken to the point where they spat out blood and fell down. Tang Jin and Tang Fu were shocked, and they quickly took action to help Tang Tianhao and the others stabilize themselves. "What is that?" Grandfather Tang felt a strong sense of threat and immediately stopped chasing after the savage leopard. When he turned his head to look, his pupils constricted and his expression changed. Everyone in the Tang family also became incomparably shocked, and the martial artists below the Tang family's peaks all began to panic. Flood dragon, what a strong flood dragon. Why did such a strong flood dragon appear in our Tang family? Could it have something to do with the heavenly lightning 3 days ago? It shouldn't be. Look, there's someone sitting on it. Could it be that someone invaded our Tang family? This is actually Brother Ling's mount. This is too strong. Tang Gugu said as he looked enviously at Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the flood dragon after eating a healing pill. Tang Tianhao, on the other hand, was more worried. This time, Grandfather Tang is in big trouble. The expressions of the members of the Tang family turned ugly as well. Based on the dragon's roar just now, they could tell that the flood dragon in front of them was at least a rank 6 spirit beast. A rank 6 spirit beast was comparable to a celestial venerable, and the strength displayed by the savage leopard was comparable to a half-step venerable. Their Tang family only had Grandfather Tang as a half-step venerable, so how could they contend against it? The person in question, Grandfather Tang, was even more agitated. It was a rank 6 spirit beast, and a high-ranked one at that. Taming it was easier said than done. Even a true celestial venerable would not dare to easily tame it, as it was easy to lose one's life. But the young man in front of them was actually sitting on the flood dragon, which meant that this flood dragon was undoubtedly the young man's mount. He did not believe that this young man could tame this high-ranked flood dragon, but it must have been done for him by an elder. What level of existence would that elder be? He would at least be at the venerable level or above. Thinking of this, Grandfather Tang shivered, and his back broke out in a cold sweat. Although he had a fiery temper, he was not stupid. He knew that he had provoked a great enemy for the family this time, and his heart became anxious. Savage leopard, come back. We should respect the old and cherish the young. Don't attack the old just because you don't want to. Really, Ling Xiao said lightly. If this was any other time, Ling Xiao would definitely protect him, But he was actually in the wrong. The blue demon fire bead had attracted heavenly lightning and destroyed the main peak. Furthermore, he and the blue demon fire bead had both received benefits, and they were temporarily in need of help from the Tang family, so he could only put down his arrogance and speak calmly. Otherwise, even if Grandfather Tang was at the venerable level, he would still kill him. That Danshan Dao was the best example. Little brother Ling is right. Grandfather, let's forget about this matter. These two are our Tang family's distinguished guests, and we were the ones who nearly harmed them. Let's just forget about this matter. Tang Tianhao stood up to mediate. What a joke. Even if Grandfather Tang was a celestial venerable now, he still wouldn't dare offend Ling Xiao. A Gu race's emperor's son-in-law was already so frightening. Wouldn't the higher-ups of the Gu race be even more frightening? That's right, Grandfather, let's forget about it. Tang Luaga spoke up to persuade him. The other members of the Tang family also spoke up to persuade him. Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Grandfather Tang and said, Grandfather Tang, you are a person of virtue and prestige, so there's no need to lower yourself to the level of us juniors. If Ling Xiao has offended you in any way, please forgive us. Ling Xiao was giving Grandfather Tang a way out of this embarrassing situation. If he still didn't know what was good for him, then don't blame him for turning against him. Fine, since you've all said that, then we won't fight. Otherwise, people will say that I'm bullying the young. Grandfather Tang's face had been protected, and he immediately agreed straightforwardly. In his heart, however, he was secretly sighing at his luck. Chapter 433. In a private room of the Tang family, the higher-ups of the Tang family, Ling Xiao and Savage Leopard were all seated. Grandfather Tang was the person with the highest seniority in the Tang family, so he naturally sat at the head of the table. To his left was Tang Tianhao, followed by Tang Jin, Tang Fu, Tang Wood and the others. To his right was Ling Xiao, and behind him was Savage Leopard. Grandfather Tang looked at Ling Xiao and asked, I heard from Tianhao that you came to find this old man to refine a spiritual weapon. Is that true? Before entering the lightning pool, Grandfather Tang had personally seen Ling Xiao take out 2 high-grade spiritual weapons. Before leaving the lightning pool, he had also sensed that the indistinct cauldron was definitely not an ordinary item. He did not believe that Ling Xiao was really here to refine a spiritual weapon. Grandfather Tang, this junior is indeed here to ask you to help refine a spiritual weapon for this junior, Ling Xiao replied, and a weapon that looked like a sword and yet wasn't a sword and yet wasn't a knife appeared in his hands. The ice and fire sword was given to Ling Xiao by an elder in the sect's artifact pavilion. This sword had long lost its core beast core, but it was still able to unleash elemental attacks like a profound weapon. It was truly a rare weapon. So Ling Xiao had always thought that this ice and fire sword was originally a spiritual weapon. It just so happened that this ice and fire sword was compatible with his elemental attributes, allowing him to unleash his strongest ice and fire elemental attacks. This was why he had requested to refine the ice and fire sword. Now that he had an ice and fire dual elemental beast core, 10,000-year black iron and 10,000-year deep silver, it could be said that he had everything he needed. Grandfather Tang stared at the sword in Ling Xiao's hands. This was the first time he had seen such a unique weapon being forged. It was not just him, even the Tang family members at the side looked at the weapon with interest, their expressions filled with doubt. "Look, bring that weapon over for me to take a look," Grandfather Tang said to Tang Lingang. Tang Wugui reached in front of Ling Xiao and received the ice and fire sword, then presented it to Old Master Tang. Grandfather Tang examined the ice and fire sword for a moment. His rough old hand slowly stroked the blade of the sword. His expression was one of extreme excitement. It was as if he was caressing the hand of his first love, gently and softly. Suddenly, Old Master Tang casually waved his hand and the sword energy emitted a cold and hot aura. Not only is the forging perfect, the sword patterns are also so profound and complex. Furthermore, it is a dual attribute weapon. The person who forged this is definitely a master of his generation. I am no match for him. Grandfather Tang sighed. What kind of person was Grandfather Tang? He was a dignified spirit weapon grandmaster of the Southern Domain, the only one in the Southern Domain. He could actually determine that his refining level was not as good as the owner of the Ice and Fire Sword just by looking at the Xian artifact in front of him. It could be seen what kind of weapon the Ice and Fire Sword was. Ling Xiao was a little nervous. "Old man, can my sword be melted down and forged again?" Dual attribute weapons were rare, and weapons that were suitable for him were even rarer. If the Ice and Fire Sword could not be reforged, then he would lack a suitable weapon to use. This made him feel somewhat regretful. It can be done, but it's impossible for it to return to its peak. Furthermore, this Ice and Fire dual attribute beast core is extremely rare. Our Tang family doesn't have any collection. Old Master Tang replied with some difficulty. This junior has already taken care of the beast core. As long as Old Master agrees, it will be fine. Ling Xiao said. Old Master Tang glanced at Ling Xiao, then said, "It'll be easier if you have the beast core, but the materials needed for the spirit artifact." Before Old Master Tang could finish speaking, Tang Tianhao said impatiently, "Little brother Ling has already prepared this. Little brother Ling, quickly take it out and let Old Master see your sincerity." Ling Xiao casually waved his hand, and two powerful stones appeared in front of everyone. Everyone in the Tang family had seen these two materials before, but when they saw them again, they still couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts. Old Master Tang, who was sitting at the top, was stunned for a moment. Then he stood up and walked away, his old eyes shining brightly. Such a big piece of 10,000-year dark steel and 10,000-year deep silver, this is too good. Old Master Tang said excitedly as he came to the two materials. Their Tang family had long been lacking materials to refine spirit artifacts. Now that these two rare top-grade materials were in front of him, Old Master Tang was also very happy and excited. "I'll accept this task. I promise to return you a high-grade spirit artifact." Old Master Tang patted his chest and replied. In an instant, he had completely forgotten about whether Ling Xiao had obtained anything from the artifact forging pool. "If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble Old Master." Ling Xiao cupped his hands in thanks. Over the next 2 days, Old Master Tang and Tang Guogua helped Ling Xiao refine spirit artifacts at the destroyed artifact forging pool. Although the main peak had been flattened, the artifact forging pool still existed. It was just that it was much larger than before. After some preparations, it could still be used to refine spirit artifacts using the thunder fire inside. However, in order to preserve it for a long period of time, they would have to spend a lot of effort to set up a large array. Ling Xiao and Tang Tianhao continued to discuss the details of their cooperation. After some haggling, Ling Xiao used the 2 large pieces of materials to exchange for 10 spirit artifacts and 10s of high-grade profound artifacts from the Tang family, as well as a promise from the Tang family. Although Ling Xiao had earned a lot, in the eyes of the Tang family, they had earned even more. The 2 materials added up to more than 500 kilograms, enough for them to refine more than 100 spirit artifacts. This amount was more than what they could produce in 10 years. This was enough for them to make a crazy profit. Compared to the 10 spirit artifacts and 10s of profound artifacts, it was really not worth mentioning. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. In the sky above the artifact forging pool, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. The image of a 9-headed ferocious beast appeared. The 9 frightening dragon heads were roaring non-stop. The surrounding Tang family members were scared out of their wits. Everyone looked at the image and felt a chill run down their spine. Some of the weaker ones were so scared that their legs turned to jelly and they directly fell to the ground. The 9-headed dragon snake was a high-grade 8th-level spirit beast. Its frightening power was not just for show. Its fearsome reputation had existed since ancient times. Old Master Tang and Tang Guogua, who were standing beside the artifact forging pool, jumped in fright. Tang Guogua was so frightened that he staggered backwards. It's actually the 9-headed dragon snake. This spirit artifact can definitely become a high-grade spirit artifact. Guogua, hurry and call that kid over. Old Master Tang's eyes lit up as he spoke. Tang Guogua did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately flew to find Ling Xiao. the condensed sword actually automatically broke free from old Master Tang's hand. You've just gained spirituality and you want to escape? Not even a chance. Old Master Tang was flabbergasted. With a wave of his hand, a powerful wave of spiritual energy locked the sword in place. The nine-headed dragon snake in midair was enraged. It actually pounced towards old Master Tang, looking as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Unfortunately, it was only an image. It no longer had the ferocious might it once had. It was dispersed by old Master Tang in one strike. At this time, Tang Guogua arrived with Ling Xiao. "Kid, hurry and come over. Feed your blood essence to the sword and it will belong to you." Old Master Tang shouted at Ling Xiao. With that, he let go of the sword in his hand, and the sword immediately drilled into the thunder fire pool. "Brother Ling, hurry and chase after it. The sword has a spirit. Don't let it escape or else it will be hard to catch up to it." Tang Guogua hurriedly shouted. Ling Xiao knew that old Master Tang must have let the sword escape on purpose. However, how could this be a problem for him? He activated the element of wind and moved swiftly. Soon he was in front of the sword. Just as the sword was about to plunge into the pool of thunder and fire, Ling Xiao pointed his finger at the sword. A drop of blood flew from his finger to the sword. Before the sword fell into the lightning fire pool, it was stained with Ling Xiao's blood essence. Xiao. Suddenly, a wave of ice and fire spiritual energy blossomed. Even the nearby lightning fire pool was shaken to the point where it rippled. The nine-headed dragon snake's image appeared once more. It let out a few long roars before finally disappearing into the sword. At this time, a brand new sword appeared in the air above the weapon refining pool. The sword had completely changed from its original appearance. The sword hilt was shaped like a dragon's head, but also resembled a serpent's head, mighty and extraordinary. Aside from the complicated patterns on the sword, there was also a vivid and lifelike image of a nine-headed dragon snake. The body of the sword was suffused with a blue and a red sword chi, and one could already feel the terrifying killing intent from it even before it got close. It turned out that the sword blade that looked like a sword yet wasn't a sword, like a saber yet wasn't a saber, was also very different. There were actually sharp teeth on the blade, as terrifying as the bloodthirsty fangs of the nine-headed dragon snake. Just from its appearance alone, one would be attracted to it at a glance. This was a spirit weapon filled with killing intent. It was a spirit weapon filled with battle intent. It was an awe-inspiring ice and fire spirit weapon. Old Master Tang's old eyes excitedly looked at the brand new ice and fire sword. He muttered, "The degree of separation is as high as 90%. This is a level 7 spirit weapon. Heavens, I've finally refined a high-level spirit weapon, huh?" Old Master Tang's crazy laughter spread throughout the entire Tang clan, echoing endlessly between the Tang clan's mountain peaks. All of the Tang clan's descendants bowed in the direction of old Master Tang. Congratulations to the old ancestor for becoming a high-rank spirit weapon master. Congratulations to the old ancestor for becoming a high-rank spirit weapon master. Voices of worship came from every corner. They were all descendants of a weapon-refining aristocratic family. Their dedication to weapon refining was not something ordinary people could understand. After nearly 10,000 years, the Tang clan had finally produced a high-rank spirit weapon master. How could this not make them go crazy with joy? The upper echelons of the Tang clan all rushed over to the weapon refining pool. They all wanted to see the glory of a high-level spirit weapon. Ling Xiao was deeply attracted by the extremely cool ice and fire sword. Furthermore, he could clearly feel the intimacy this sword gave him, as if it was connected by blood. "Come here." Ling Xiao waved at the ice and fire sword that was floating in midair. He did not use any spiritual energy, nor did he use his spiritual energy to guide it. The spirit sword seemed to understand his words. Like a swallow returning to its nest, it flew towards Ling Xiao. It even circled around Ling Xiao cheerfully, as if it was very happy. Old Master Tang and Tang Gu were dumbfounded by this scene. Although a spirit weapon could produce spiritual energy, in order to truly reach the realm of man and weapon becoming one with its owner, besides recognizing the owner, one also had to cultivate a relationship with the spirit weapon over a long period of time. Only when the spirit weapon and the spirit weapon became one could they reach this realm. Chapter 434. Becoming one with the spiritual weapon meant that the spiritual weapon could understand its owner's intentions. With just a thought, it could make all sorts of attacks. Furthermore, it could control the weapon to kill enemies thousands of miles away. It could also control the weapon to fly and roam the vast skies. However, it consumed too much spiritual energy. Any martial artist who owned a spiritual weapon would want to be connected to it. However, this required perseverance and willpower. Not only did they need to use their own sincere heart to move the spiritual weapon, they also needed to feed their own blood essence to the spiritual weapon, causing it to be stained with the martial artist's aura. This looked very simple, but it would take a very long time to accomplish. If it was short, it would take tens of years. If it was long, it could take hundreds of years. However, Ling Xiao had just made the spiritual weapon recognize him as its owner, yet he was able to connect his thoughts with the spiritual weapon and become one with the sword. This was simply unbelievable. If this sword had been by Ling Xiao's side since he was young, perhaps they could believe that Ling Xiao had become one with the sword. However, this sword had clearly just been forged by them. How could it be possible that their thoughts were connected so quickly? Damn it, this kid is really lucky. Not only did he not die from the lightning strike, even this spiritual weapon willingly followed him. Is there any justice left in this world? Grandfather Tang cursed in his heart. Tang Guogua looked at the sword in Ling Xiao's hands enviously. He made up his mind and said, "One day, I will also forge a higher-grade spiritual weapon. No, my goal should be a sacred weapon." At this moment, the higher-ups of the Tang family flew over. When they saw the sword flying around Ling Xiao, their expressions were filled with doubt, confusion, and envy. Actually, it was not a coincidence that Ling Xiao and the ice and fire sword were connected. It was not because he had a deep connection with the ice and fire sword. It was because Ling Xiao's body had absorbed the blood essence of the nine-headed dragon snake. The beast core in the ice and fire sword was the essence of the nine-headed dragon snake. Thus, when Ling Xiao's blood essence came into contact with the sword, it immediately resonated with the sword, forming a connection of flesh and blood. There was nothing wrong with this. However, when the Tang family didn't understand the situation, they misunderstood Ling Xiao's luck. From now on, you will be my, Ling Xiao's, special sword. Ling Xiao held the ice and fire sword in his hand and laughed towards the sky. He felt that when he held the ice and fire sword, he had the confidence to kill gods and demons. Congratulations, Brother Ling, on obtaining a spirit tool. Tang Guoda congratulated. Ling Xiao glanced at Tang Gu and nodded his head. Then, he cupped his hands towards Grandfather Tang and said, "Many thanks, Grandfather." Ling Xiao's words were sincere. Old Man Tang laughed happily. If it weren't for the materials you provided, this old man wouldn't have been able to forge this spirit artifact. Speaking of which, I should thank you, brat. Old Master, little brother Ling, you don't have to stand on ceremony. Let's see what level this sword has reached. Tang Tianhao said from the side. That's right, let's test the sword first. Tang Gu echoed from the side. Unexpectedly, Old Man Tang waved his hand and said, "It's definitely a level 7 spirit tool. If my forging skills were higher, I might be able to make it a level 8 sacred tool." Sacred tool. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. To them, this was a sacred object that only existed in legends. Let this old man have a look. Old Man Tang looked at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and let the ice and fire sword fly to Old Man Tang's side. Old Man Tang caressed the body of the sword, his old eyes slightly moist. He had spent his entire life forging weapons in the hope that he could forge the best weapons. His goal was to surpass his ancestors and become a high-grade spiritual weapon master. Now that he had finally taken this step, he was extremely excited. His impetuous heart seemed to have been comforted, enriched, and infinitely satisfied at this moment. Suddenly, with Old Man Tang as the center, a bright red color blossomed. Weapons of various shapes and sizes floated around him. Flames coiled around him and tens of thousands of weapons cried out, forming a world of fire weapons. Savage Leopard, who was at the side, exclaimed, "He's actually comprehending his own Tao." His own Tao? Ling Xiao was a little confused. However, the Tang family members were already bowing towards Old Man Tang, their expressions filled with indescribable worship and joy. Old Man Tang closed his eyes and reflected on his life, the challenges he had faced when forging weapons, and the joy he felt when he succeeded. "So that's how it is, I understand now." The area within 10 meters of Old Man Tang had already turned into a sea of flames. The flames soared into the sky and the weapons clanked loudly. He sighed softly and casually threw the ice and fire sword back to Ling Xiao. Following that, Old Man Tang flew towards the forbidden area of the back mountain without turning his head back. Following that, his voice rang out, "Tianhao, pass down my orders. Our Tang family has been on good terms with the Gu clan for generations. Anyone from the Tang family is allowed to go out and train." "Yes, old man." Tang Tianhao bowed in Old Man Tang's direction. The rest of the Tang family members bowed as well. They knew that their Tang family would soon have an Empyrean overseeing it. They would finally have the capital to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Devil Shadow Sect, Beast Alliance, and Deity Dao Union. Ling Xiao respectfully bowed at the side. In his heart, he admired such a stubborn old man. Now that he had finally succeeded, it was truly a joyous matter. Ling Xiao held the ice and fire sword in his hand and thought to himself, "I will also have such a day." Ling Xiao had already achieved his goal for this trip, and because of his arrival, the Tang family's Old Man Tang had actually comprehended his own small world. He would soon be able to remove the half-step barrier and become a true Empyrean. Furthermore, he had become a high-ranked spirit tool master. It could be foreseen that the Tang family would usher in a golden age. Ling Xiao left the Tang family in satisfaction. However, before leaving the Tang family, no one knew that Ling Xiao and Tang Guigu had a long conversation the entire night. As for what Ling Xiao and Tang Guigu talked about that night, only they knew. After leaving the Tang family, Ling Xiao did not immediately return to Gu City. Instead, he went from Giant Peak City to the Nangong family's headquarters to look for Nangong Lai, hoping that his raging Inferno mercenary group could help with the Gu City auction. Nangong Lai knew of Ling Xiao's capabilities and believed that Ling Xiao would really manage the auction well, so he agreed without any hesitation. After staying in Nangong Lai's territory for 2 days, Ling Xiao and the Savage Leopard returned to Gu City. However, there was no transportation formation from the Nangong family's territory to Gu City. Originally, Nangong Lai suggested that Ling Xiao return to Giant Peak City first and then return to Gu City from there. Ling Xiao listened to the suggestion and once again set foot on the transportation formation to Giant Peak City. However, just as Ling Xiao and the Savage Leopard entered the transportation formation, they emitted waves of terrifying fluctuations, causing the two of them to tumble nonstop. In the next moment, Ling Xiao and the Savage Leopard appeared in an unfamiliar place. "What's going on?" Ling Xiao said as he looked at the vast forest. The Savage Leopard frowned and said, "There must be a problem with the transportation formation and it sent us to the wrong place." "There's such a thing?" Ling Xiao asked in a daze. "And actually, this isn't anything strange." The Savage Leopard replied, then said, "Once the various formation patterns inscribed in the transportation formation go wrong, they will also be sent to the wrong place. Or perhaps during the transmission process, a peerless expert will interfere with the power of space, causing problems." The Savage Leopard was experienced and knowledgeable, so he gave Ling Xiao some examples and said, "This is bad. I don't even know where this is. It can't be that I've been sent to the central region, right?" Ling Xiao said with a drooping face. He wanted to go back to Gu City, then rush back to the northwest to inform the people of the Gu clan to return to their homeland. He also wanted to help the priestess refine the spirit-prolonging pill and accompany the priestess for the last time before returning to the Purple Heaven sect. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. The transmission formation would also have problems, which really made him depressed. It definitely won't be sent back to the central region. It's still in the southern region. It should be between the city and Giant Peak City. The savage leopard shook his head and said. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and sighed, let's go and see what cities are nearby. I hope they don't send me to a remote place. Ling Xiao was in a hurry. If he was sent to some remote place, then it would take a lot longer to get back to Gu City. This was what he didn't want to see. Ling Xiao and the savage leopard chose a direction and flew forward. What a vast jungle mountain range. Are we in the savage desolate region? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. The savage desolate region was the largest jungle mountain range in the southern wasteland. It occupied almost half of the southern wasteland's area. It was the most primitive mountain range and was as famous as the Northwest Wasteland mountain range. However, the savage desolate region was more mysterious and had more legends than the wasteland mountain range. There were endless spirit beasts here, and there was no lack of high-grade spirit grass and spirit flowers. Rare treasures often appeared. As long as you had enough strength and enough opportunities, you could find high-grade spirit items here that would make you happy. However, along with these opportunities, there were often great dangers. It was not surprising that a little carelessness could cost your life. In this mysterious savage desolate region, there were also some extraordinary people who died here. Finally, they left behind their life's treasures, which became the legendary Secret Land. Nangong Lai obtained the inheritance in the savage desolate region and had the absolute strength he had today. Therefore, the savage desolate region was the habitat of spirit beasts, and it was also the mining area that the southern wasteland people yearned for. Ling Xiao and the savage leopard flew for a day and a night, but they actually did not find any cities. Along the way, they encountered a few Class 3 and Class 4 flying beasts, and they were all used as practice targets by Ling Xiao. It seems like we really arrived at the savage desolate region. Ling Xiao's expression became increasingly unsightly. The savage leopard suggested, why don't we ride on a spirit beast? Otherwise, we don't know when we will find an inhabited place. This jungle was boundless, and even if the duo's speed was unparalleled, it would not be able to withstand the consumption of flying for a long time. Just as Ling Xiao was about to summon the blue flood dragon, a startling beast roar echoed from the jungle. As soon as the roar ended, a different beast roar could be heard. It was likely that there were high-grade spirit beasts fighting below. Spirit beasts fighting in the jungle was something that happened frequently. Ling Xiao and the savage leopard did not want to bother about it, but there were bursts of multicolored light coming from the battlefield. It was obvious that something extraordinary had appeared. Since they would not be able to get out for a while, Ling Xiao and the savage leopard flew down to see what exactly had provoked the spirit beasts to fight over it. Chapter 435. The ones fighting were actually two 6th-grade spirit beasts. One of them was a single-horned rhinoceros. It was extremely tall and mighty. Its huge body was already floating in midair, and its horn was emitting halos of attacks. Opposite it was a petite spirit beast. This was a fox spirit beast. It was only slightly more than a meter long, had 3 tails, and revealed 2 sharp fangs. It stared at the single-horned rhinoceros and dodged nimbly. From time to time, it would use its speed to pounce on the rhinoceros and bite it. Not far away from them was an unusual spirit herb. This spirit herb had 4 stems, and there was only 1 leaf on each stem. Each leaf was emitting waves of flawless light. This was an elemental 6th-grade intermediate 4-leaf herb. Each 4-leaf herb needed 1,000 years to grow a leaf, and a total of 4,000 years to grow 4 leaves. However, for it to truly mature, it had to grow for another 2,000 years before it would become a true 6th-grade spirit herb. The 4-leaf herb in front of them had clearly just matured, so it attracted 2 high-grade spirit beasts nearby to fight over it. Ling Xiao did not expect to see such a high-grade spirit herb because he had stopped for a while. His depressed mood from the past 2 days was swept away. However, when Ling Xiao and the savage leopard appeared, the 2 spirit beasts stopped fighting at the same time and glared at the outsiders with ferocious gazes. It was obvious that as long as Ling Xiao and the others attacked, they would immediately tear them into pieces. A 6th-grade spirit herb was comparable to a heavenly venerable. Its strength was rather terrifying. However, Ling Xiao had the blue water dragon to protect him, so he was not afraid. He did not have time to waste with these two powerful spirit beasts, so he immediately summoned the blue water dragon. The dragon's might of the blue water dragon frightened the single-horned rhinoceros and the three-tailed fox ferret into fleeing instantly. Ling Xiao effortlessly collected the four-leaf herb. This was an elemental spirit herb that was useful to any martial artist. It was also an important spirit herb for refining high-grade elixirs. Naturally, Ling Xiao would not let it go. After unintentionally collecting the high-grade spirit herb, Ling Xiao's mind was stirred again. He suddenly did not want to hurry on with his journey. He wanted to harvest a bit in this barbarian region. In any case, he was about to leave the southern region. If he didn't take something as a souvenir, he would be letting himself down. Thus, Ling Xiao rode the blue flood dragon and the savage leopard and began to sweep the area. After 3 days, Ling Xiao had obtained quite a lot of spiritual grasses, among which there was no lack of spiritual grasses of 5th and 6th level and above. This made Ling Xiao almost burst with joy. The savage leopard had some gains too. He actually found 2 stalks of Tier 5 Dark Attribute Spirit Grass. One had to know that Dark Attributed spiritual grasses were not easy to find, yet they could be found in the barren, desolate region. It was clear that this place was rich in resources. While looking for spiritual herbs, Ling Xiao did not forget to hunt high-rank spirit beasts. It was not easy to refine pills with spirit herbs but no beast cores. Moreover, to use the transmission array, one would need to consume high-tier beast cores. The Golden Wolf King was also released by Ling Xiao to recover its ferocious nature. Its third eye had already been completely activated. Its Tenbin divine ability, Evil Eye, allowed it to have the terrifying ability to kill opponents of a higher rank. Living in the forest always made Ling Xiao feel carefree. Sometimes he wondered if he should find a place like this to live in seclusion. In any case, it was not bad to look for spiritual grasses, kill spirit beasts, eat beast meat, and refine pills to pass the time. However, when he thought that there were no beauties in this kind of place, he felt a lot more bored. He sighed. In life, it is not important to have no power or influence. The important thing is to have a woman by your side to warm your bed. It must be said that Ling Xiao was not happy without women. After walking in the forest for 5 days, Ling Xiao and the savage leopard finally encountered a terrifying Tier 7 spirit beast. It was a tiger king that could already speak the human language. Fortunately, before Ling Xiao and the savage leopard stepped into its territory, they were detected by the blue flood dragon. Then, a hoarse voice sounded, "Damned human, come half a step closer and die." As the voice fell, Ling Xiao and the savage leopard fled as fast as they could. They never thought that they would encounter such a terrifying fellow. Even the blue flood dragon was not the Tiger King's opponent. After rushing for 10 days, Ling Xiao and the savage leopard found that they could no longer distinguish the direction, so they could only choose a new direction. This time, they finally chose the right direction. After flying for a few days, they finally saw a figure. Ling Xiao put away the blue flood dragon to avoid scaring people. When he and the savage leopard were about to land, they heard a burst of fighting and killing sounds. Ling Xiao and the savage leopard did not immediately show themselves. Instead, they hid on a huge tree to understand the situation first. After all, they did not want to bother with the private fights of some ordinary martial artists. "Hurry up and catch up, don't let that girl get away, or else I'll chop you trash." An extremely disgusted voice first entered their ears. Looking down, he saw a middle-aged high-level mystic cultivator leading a dozen mystic cultivators to mystic knight-level martial artists chasing after someone. Looking further ahead, they saw a run-down youth and a plainly dressed young girl running madly. Behind them was an old high-level mystic practitioner, covering for them. "Young master, young miss, hurry and run. This old servant will stall them first," the old man said to the youth and the young girl. Holding the second-tier sword in his hand, he charged towards the dozen or so people. "Grandpa son, don't go, you're not their match." The youth turned his head and roared, his expression filled with incomparable indignation. Apart from his clothes being a bit messy, this youth was also extremely handsome. He had delicate features and was full of heroic spirit. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary person without the strength to carry a chicken. The young girl beside him shrunk back, only revealing that pure and pleasant face. That timid expression was indescribably lovely and moving. This young girl was actually much stronger than the youth. She was actually a middle-level mystic practitioner. This man and woman were both 15 or 16 years old. They were in the prime of their youth, but now they were facing the danger of being chased. The old man killed his way into the crowd, and he quickly annihilated two profounder realm experts. The middle-aged man shouted, "Get out of my way, I'll kill this old fellow." The middle-aged man looked like a tyrant with a single glance. He held a large blade in his hand and emitted an elemental attack as he slashed towards the old man. The old man was also impressive. He completely sealed off the middle-aged man's blade attack and even forced the middle-aged man into a dangerous situation. "I didn't expect this old fellow to be so tough," the middle-aged man exclaimed in his heart. Suddenly he had a plan. "Quickly go and capture those two for me," the middle-aged man shouted to his subordinates. The old man was worried about the youth and the young girl's safety. He was distracted for a moment and was slashed by the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took the opportunity to strengthen his attacks and quickly slashed the old man until he was covered in cuts and bruises. The youth turned his head and saw this scene. His eyes burned with rage as he shouted, "Grandpa's son!" The young girl also cried out sorrowfully, "Grandpa's son!" Unfortunately, the old man could only turn around and shout at them, "Run!" As soon as he finished shouting, the head was chopped off with a single slash. "Ha, you old fellow is finally dead. You actually killed a few of my brothers. Ping, you're dead." The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Then, he looked at the man and woman who were running away and immediately cursed, "You're all dead. Can't you see that they're running? Quickly chase after them." The middle-aged man's subordinates recovered from their shock and immediately chased after the two. The youth was just an ordinary person, so he couldn't run very fast. As for the young girl, although she was a mid-level mystic practitioner, she was frightened to the point of panic and didn't know what to do. "Cousin, you run first. I'll block them. If you can survive, you must take revenge for us in the future," the youth said to the young girl with a will to die. "No. Cousin, let's run together." The young girl was extremely afraid as she pulled on the other man's arm. Although she was stronger than the youth, she was still a girl. Moreover, the other man's target was her. She had already lost her mind. Although this youth was just an ordinary person, he had a heart that she could rely on. Where can you run to? There are powerful spirit beasts inside. If you run inside, you'll only become their food. Hurry up and come back with me. I guarantee that you'll be able to eat and drink well." The middle-aged man chased after them and laughed. His gaze fell on the young girl's body and constantly swept across her. It seemed like he couldn't wait to immediately pounce on her. However, she had already become his pastry and couldn't escape from his palm. There was no need to be anxious. "Let me tell you, I'm the young master of the Xin family. If my family members find out, you'll all die." The youth blocked in front of the young girl and shouted loudly. However, when he said these words, it was obvious that he lacked confidence. You're just an abandoned young master of the Xian family. Who doesn't know about your trivial matters? You still dare to act like a snake in front of me? I'll first tie you up and then have some fun with your cousin. I'll let you see whether or not my performance is spectacular." The middle-aged man laughed evilly and strode towards the young boy and girl. The young boy held a sword in his hand and his eyes were filled with resentment. "Cousin, hurry and kill your way out from behind. I'll block him," the young man said as he raised his sword and slashed at the middle-aged man. Although he couldn't cultivate, he still knew a few sword techniques. His attacks were somewhat imposing. Unfortunately, in front of the middle-aged man, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. He was kicked far away and coughed up blood. The young girl cried out in alarm, "Cousin!" She was actually so stupid that she didn't run away. Instead, she ran in front of the youth and cried, "Cousin, why didn't you run away?" The young boy said weakly, "Cousin, I can't escape. If we die, we die together," the young girl said very firmly. Then she stood up and placed the sword in front of her neck. She said to the middle-aged man, "If you take another step forward, I'll die in front of you." However, would this move be effective against him? The middle-aged man lifted his foot and a small rock flew up and hit the back of the young girl's hand. The sword in her hand fell to the ground. "Little beauty, how could I bear to see you die? You'd better obediently be my concubine." The middle-aged man's body flashed and he appeared in front of the young girl with a lewd smile. Then he pulled the young girl into his embrace. The young boy lying on the ground wanted to get up and save her, but unfortunately he didn't have the strength to stand up. "You beast, let go of my cousin." The young boy's eyes were spitting fire as he roared. Chapter 436. The youth was just an ordinary person, and he had just been injured. He could only watch as the middle-aged man was about to brutally assault his cousin. "Hee, bite me if you dare. I'll give you a free performance, and then I'll let you die." The middle-aged man hugged the girl and smiled sinisterly at the youth. At this time, the girl lowered her head and bit the middle-aged man's arm. The middle-aged man frowned, but didn't let her cry out in pain. Instead, he laughed loudly. "Ha, little pepper, I like it better." After laughing, he grabbed the girl's clothes and tore them apart. Suddenly, the girl's fragrant shoulder was exposed. That smooth, delicate skin and the rosy complexion made the surrounding people swallow their saliva. "Let me go! Let me go!" The girl kept struggling, tears flowing down her face, and her expression was indescribably sad. "Bastard!" The youth gritted his teeth and cursed. Relying on his will, he climbed up from the ground, grabbed the sword on the ground, and once again slashed at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and an elemental attack sent the youth flying far away. His eyes revealed an extremely disdainful expression. "You piece of trash, no wonder you were abandoned by the Xin family." The youth coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face was indescribably pale. It was obvious that if he didn't receive treatment soon, he wouldn't be able to live for long. His vision was already gradually blurring, but looking at his cousin's extremely wronged expression, his heart was fiercely gripped. 5 years ago, he was kicked out of the family and was said to be trash that couldn't cultivate. At that time, he was so disheartened that he wanted to die. Their family was a large family, and he was a direct descendant. Being judged to be unable to cultivate was like a bolt from the blue to him. He suffered the cold eyes and ridicule of his brothers and sisters in the family, but he still persisted in cultivating, hoping that one day he would embark on the path of martial arts. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Every time he tried to condense his chi, he would feel waves of pain, and every time he fainted from the pain. In the end, he finally recognized the truth and left the family with his servants, returning to the town where his grandmother lived. In these 5 years, only his cousin had been extremely intimate with him. She didn't hate or alienate him because he couldn't cultivate, but instead gave him enough encouragement. Their relationship was even better than that of biological siblings. Now that he saw that his cousin was about to be defiled, an unprecedentedly strong willpower made him break through his shackles. His body faintly glowed with a faint green light, and he once again stood up resolutely. At this moment, he'd actually directly leaped from an ordinary person into a profounder, and a strand of formidable energy gave him the feeling of being reborn. "I have power," the youth said in surprise. At this time, the middle-aged man also stopped what he was doing and looked at the youth in surprise. He then tore off a piece of the young girl's clothes, and the pigeon that was as big as a steamed bun was faintly discernible. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva, and his movements became bigger and bigger. Tears streamed down the young girl's cheeks. An unprecedented sense of shame made her want to die. "Go to hell!" The youth bounced up from the ground and stabbed the middle-aged man's throat with his sword. This was the most simple and life-threatening move that the youth had unleashed with his strongest willpower. The surrounding people only looked at the young girl's gradually naked appearance, and they didn't know that the dying youth could stand up again. However, the middle-aged man reacted and coldly snorted, "What a wretched wretch! You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." After saying that, he hugged the young girl and dodged to the side. He raised his hand, and a powerful elemental attack fiercely smashed onto the youth's chest. Pooh! The youth was seriously injured again, and his body flew far away like a kite with a broken string. Blood sprayed all over the sky, and it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to survive. "Cousin!" The young girl cried out sorrowfully, and her beautiful eyes were filled with indescribable sadness. "Your useless cousin is dead, so be it. In the future, follow Lord Snake, and you'll become the happiest woman in the town." The middle-aged man didn't care about the youth's death at all, and said to the young girl with a smile. At the same time, a lewd hand had already touched the pair of pigeons. The surrounding people's eyes were about to pop out. The young girl knew that she couldn't escape the fate of being humiliated, and was about to bite her tongue to commit suicide. "Trash!" A faint voice scolded. The middle-aged man was shocked, and he could tell that this voice definitely didn't come from the people around him. "Who is it? Come out for me!" The middle-aged man looked around and shouted. His subordinates were also on guard, and they looked around to see if there was anyone around. "You don't have the qualifications to see me." The voice sounded again. "You cowardly scoundrel, if you have the guts, come out and fight with Lord Snake for 300. The middle-aged man shouted. He kept looking around, hoping to find someone, but unfortunately, he didn't know where the voice came from. Before he finished speaking, he found that his body was actually involuntarily grabbed by something. The middle-aged man was shocked, and he thought that he had been grabbed by someone, but he found that he was actually directly floating. His subordinates looked at the middle-aged man who was floating, and they were all dumbfounded. The young girl took the opportunity to run towards her cousin. The middle-aged man finally recognized the reality, and he knew that he must have encountered an expert this time. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Lord, please spare my life. I didn't mean to offend you, please spare my life." "Rape and plunder trash, how can I spare you?" The voice sounded again. Following that, the middle-aged man actually moved without any wind, and crashed towards his subordinates. Bang bang. The two of them collided, and both of them let out blood-curdling screams. The others were shocked, and they all retreated. Unfortunately, a powerful wave of spiritual energy pressed over from all directions, making them unable to move. "Don't you like riding people? This young master will let you have a taste of being gay." The voice sounded again. Following that, the middle-aged man's body was controlled by an invisible hand, and he pounced towards his other subordinates. But, please let me go. I won't dare again." The middle-aged man cried and begged for mercy. He had slept with many women in his life, but now he was being pressed down by a man. That kind of feeling made him want to die. Be a good person in your next life." The person who spoke seemed to be tired of playing. When his voice just fell, a powerful pressure descended from the sky. Puff puff. Those dozens of people were instantly shaken by the powerful force until they vomited blood, and all of them died on the spot. The middle-aged man's strength was the highest, and he also died the latest. When he was about to close his eyes, he saw two young people descend from the sky, and they had a horrified expression as they muttered, "King stage." Just as the words were spat out, he directly breathed his last. The one who made a move was naturally Ling Xiao, who had been watching the entire process from the sky. He originally didn't want to make a move. In this world where strength was respected, the weak were prey to the weak was the law of survival. There was no such thing as justice or injustice. As long as the fist was harder, the person would be the king. However, he really couldn't stand that middle-aged man's lascivious appearance. This kind of person would only be a scourge in the world if left alive. However, that youth's strong will and the green light that he emitted at the end attracted his attention. Therefore, he might as well be a good person for once and kill this group of people. It could also be considered as a good karma. When the young girl saw Ling Xiao and the savage leopard descending from the sky, she immediately ran towards them, knelt in front of them and kowtowed, "I beg the two lords to do a good deed and save my cousin." Even if you want me to work like a cow or a horse for you, I'm begging you. The young girl kept kowtowing and begging. Her appearance was indescribably sorrowful, making people unable to help but feel pity for her. Let's go over and see if he's saved yet, Ling Xiao said to the savage leopard beside him. The savage leopard somewhat reluctantly sucked the youth's body over. Little girl, get up first. I'll take a look at your cousin first. Ling Xiao waved his hand and pulled the kneeling young girl to her feet as he spoke. When the young girl heard that they had really saved her cousin, she immediately stopped crying and repeatedly thanked them. Many thanks to the two lords. Many thanks to the two lords. Ling Xiao saw that the young girl had a lot of spring scenery and casually threw a piece of clothing to the young girl. He turned his head and asked the savage leopard, "How is it?" "He's about to die, but he's still breathing. This kid's willpower is quite strong," the savage leopard replied. Ling Xiao nodded and immediately took out a high-grade healing pill and fed it into the youth's mouth. After consuming the pill, the youth's expression slightly improved, and his aura slowly calmed down. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to check the youth's pulse. The green light that had emerged from the youth just now made him very curious. After checking for a while, Ling Xiao slightly frowned and muttered to himself, "Congenital meridians are blocked. No wonder he can't practice martial arts. What a pity." The young girl put on her clothes and shyly looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "My lord, is my cousin all right?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "It's fine. With me here, he won't die." Looking at the young girl's lovely appearance, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of Bai Yushi, who was far away in his hometown. He felt that the two girls were quite similar. "Yushi, are you guys all right?" Ling Xiao sighed softly in his heart. Suddenly, he had the urge to return to Meteor City. However, he knew that he couldn't go back in a short period of time. The priestess was still waiting for him. Just as Ling Xiao was about to let go of the youth's hand, Lu Weng said in his sea of consciousness, "This child has an innate wood attribute physique. No wonder this old man couldn't help but want to take a look." Innate wood attribute physique? Ling Xiao was a little stunned. He then asked, "You mean he has a pure wood attribute physique?" Innate attribute physique referred to a 100% pure attribute physique. It was an extremely rare physique. That's right. If he practices your human's wood attribute cultivation method, he will definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort, Lu Weng replied. After hearing Lu Weng's confirmation, Ling Xiao finally understood why the youth's phenomenon had appeared just now. It turned out that he had an innate pure wood attribute physique. Master often laments that the talents of Wood Flag Peak are withering. In that case, I might as well give him an outstanding disciple to make him happy, Ling Xiao thought with great joy. When the young girl saw Ling Xiao touch his cousin's hand and laugh, a disgusting chill ran down her spine. At this moment, the way she looked at Ling Xiao had become strange. The young girl gathered her courage and weakly asked, "My lord, could it be that you've taken a fancy to my cousin?" Chapter 437. Ling Xiao was choked by the little girl's words and coughed again and again. "Little girl, don't talk nonsense. I'm just checking your cousin's pulse to see if he can recover." Ling Xiao pretended to be a master and said seriously. The girl was indeed intimidated by Ling Xiao and asked embarrassedly, "My lord, then can my cousin get better?" "Of course not." Ling Xiao took away the hand that was checking the youth's pulse and patted his chest. After the girl heard this, she was moved and bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you two lords for saving my life. Xiao Nan is willing to serve you too for the rest of my life." The girl's words were sonorous and powerful. It could be seen that she had made up her mind. It could also be seen that her feelings for her cousin were really good. Ling Xiao raised his hand and helped the girl up. He said, "We'll talk about this later. First, tell me where this place is and what's the nearest city?" He carefully looked at the girl and muttered in his heart, "I'm not interested in little kids." The girl looked pure and cute. She was slim and graceful and had the tendency to develop into a great beauty in the future. However, Ling Xiao didn't have the mood to cultivate this kind of little beauty. He preferred more mature women. The girl glanced at Ling Xiao and asked curiously, "Are the two lords from out of town?" Ling Xiao nodded, "We're from out of town. Tell me where this place is." "How about you two go to my house first and I'll tell you slowly?" The girl asked carefully. She was also a little clever. She was afraid that Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard would leave after asking clearly. At that time, who would treat her cousin's injury? Therefore, it was better to leave these two lords here. Moreover, she also felt that this kind big brother in front of her was a good person and wouldn't leave them alone. Ling Xiao didn't know that he was accidentally given a good person card by a girl. If he knew, he would definitely go crazy and say viciously, "I've never been a good person. I'm a big bad person." Of course, Ling Xiao saw through the girl's thoughts, but he didn't expose her. He said to Savage Leopard, "Take him away." The Savage Leopard looked at the youth with disdain, but it still obediently carried him on its back. Ling Xiao smiled at the girl and said, "Lead the way." The girl looked at Ling Xiao's handsome appearance and blushed. She bowed her head and led the way. Half a day later, the girl finally brought Ling Xiao and the Cruel Leopard out of the forest. So this was the edge of the barbarian desolation region. Seeing that the little girl was too slow, Ling Xiao could only summon the Golden Wolf King to lead the way. When the girl saw the Golden Wolf King, she was so scared that her face turned pale. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was there, otherwise she would have fainted. However, when the young lady sat on the wolf's back, she became extremely happy and cheerful. Ling Xiao looked at her happy expression and felt very comfortable in his heart. At the same time he thought, "Brother is really a good person." Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had received the good person card from the other party. The little girl sat on the Golden Wolf King and led the way at a faster speed. 2 hours later, they arrived at a small town. The population of this small town was not large, only a few hundred families. When the people of the town saw the sudden appearance of the huge spirit beast, they were scared out of their wits and hid in their houses, not daring to come out. Ling Xiao could only put it away. The little girl pouted and looked quite unhappy, as if she had lost something important. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. This little girl is really addicted to sitting. The little girl's house was not bad, and it could be considered quite big in town. However, such a large courtyard was deserted, and there were not many servants. After entering the courtyard, a stooped old granny walked out. After looking at the girl, she rubbed her eyes and said, "Yes? Little Nan, are you back?" "Grandma, it's me." The young girl ran a few steps and threw herself into the old granny's arms, crying, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances from before. "Good grandson, where did you run off to? You really scared Grandma to death." "That's right, where's your cousin?" The old granny patted the young girl's back and said. Soon after, she saw that Ling Xiao was carrying a person and immediately shouted, "Who are you people? Quickly put my grandson down." The old granny actually released the pressure of a spirit master and pounced towards Ling Xiao and the savage leopard. However, how could her little bit of pressure pose a threat to Ling Xiao and the savage leopard? "Grandma, don't worry, it was the two of them who saved us," the young girl quickly explained. Only then did the old granny come to a realization. At the same time, she looked at Ling Xiao and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you too." However, in her heart she found it strange. Why would these two people save her granddaughter and grandson for no reason? Could it be that they came from that clan? "It's fine, let's put him down first," Ling Xiao said indifferently. He was very curious. There was clearly a spirit master here, but why were the young man and the young girl forced to escape into the savage desolate region? Ling Xiao's doubts were quickly solved. It turned out that the young man and the young girl were playful and ran to the outskirts of the savage desolate region to play. They wanted to find some kind of heaven-defying spirit grass, hoping that with the help of the spirit grass, the young man would be able to cultivate. Unfortunately, as soon as they reached the entrance of the savage desolate region, they were blocked by those mercenaries. The reason was that the mercenary leader had taken a fancy to the young girl's beauty and wanted to possess her. Ling Xiao also knew what happened after that. At the same time, Ling Xiao also knew the names of the man and the woman. The young man was called Xen Li, and he was actually a direct descendant of the Xan clan, one of the 4 great clans of the southern domain. Originally, he should have been a young master that everyone envied. However, because he couldn't cultivate since he was young, he was abandoned by the Xian clan. His parents also went out to train and never returned. Therefore, there was no one in the Xian clan to protect him. He could only choose to live the rest of his life with his grandmother. The young girl was called Sun Xiaonan, and she was the daughter of Xan Li's uncle. Originally, the Sun clan had been living very well with the Xan clan. Unfortunately, ever since Xan Li was sent here, everyone knew that the Sun clan had lost power. In the past few years, the Sun clan had gradually declined. Therefore, this was the reason why there was no one in the courtyard. Ling Xiao also knew that the closest city to this place was the Xan clan's headquarters, South Pill City. The reason why it was called South Pill was because this was the southern domain. The Xan clan, like the Tang clan, focused on alchemy for generations. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to call it Pill City. The Xan clan once had a 6th and 5th grade alchemist. At one time, their strength was comparable to the Tang clan. Unfortunately, the Xan clan's talents had withered in recent times. Now, there were only 3 4th grade alchemists in the Xan clan. However, there was a rumor that the old master of the Xan clan had reached the 5th grade alchemist realm not long ago. He didn't know whether this news was true or not. After finding a city, and a big one at that, Ling Xiao could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would take at least a few months to fly back to Gu City from here. How much time would that waste? That night, Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard stayed at the Sun clan. There was no other reason than that Sun Xiaonan begged Ling Xiao to wake up her cousin Xan Li first. Ling Xiao was also quite interested in Xan Li's pure wood attribute physique. He wanted to see if this young man wanted to worship him as his master after he woke up. If he had no objections, then Ling Xiao would take him away. Anyway, the Xan clan didn't care about this abandoned son. After a quiet night, the east gradually brightened. Ling Xiao was awakened by Sun Xiaonan's call. He got up in a bad mood. He hadn't had such a good sleep for a long time. Now he couldn't even sleep in even if he wanted to. What's wrong? Ling Xiao asked with a yawn. Sun Xiaonan said with some embarrassment, My cousin woke up. Well, he woke up. It's not a big deal, Ling Xiao replied lazily. But his body is still in pain. Sun Xiaonan said hesitantly. Is it normal to not feel pain when injured? Even if he takes a pill, he won't necessarily recover immediately. His physique is too poor, Ling Xiao said as a matter of course. I know. My cousin wants to see you, Sun Xiaonan said again. Well, I still have something to do anyway. I'll see him, Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Under Sun Xiaonan's lead, Ling Xiao arrived at a house. Xan Li was leaning on the bed, staring blankly at the beam of the roof. Cousin, our benefactor is here, Sun Xiaonan called out to Xan Li as soon as she came in. Xan Li came back to his senses and struggled to climb out of the bed. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's eyes and hands were sharp, and he quickly pressed him back onto the bed. Your injury hasn't healed yet. You shouldn't move around, Ling Xiao said with concern. Xan Li looked at Ling Xiao and said gratefully, Thank you, benefactor, for saving me and my cousin. Xan Li's tone was still very weak, but it was very sincere. Well, I just happened to pass by, Ling Xiao replied softly. Then he took out a pill and handed it to Xan Li, saying, Take it. You can get out of bed in a few days. Xan Li carefully took the pill, but he didn't immediately take it. Instead, he put it in front of his nose and sniffed it a few times. His expression became astonished. This is a top-quality healing pill, a 4th grade reversal pill. Ling Xiao looked at Xan Li with appreciation. He thought to himself, as expected of an aristocratic family. A little disciple can also distinguish a 4th grade pill. Benefactor, this is too precious. Xan Li handed the pill back to Ling Xiao with extreme reluctance. He was born into an alchemist family, so of course he knew how precious a 4th grade pill was. A 4th grade pill could be auctioned for a very high price. Eat it, I have a lot of these pills, Ling Xiao said very casually. He was a 5th grade alchemist. so giving a fourth-grade pill to his future disciple was nothing. "Cousin, hurry up and eat it." Sun Xiaonan was worried that Xenli wouldn't want to eat it, so she tried to persuade him. Xenli very gratefully looked at Ling Xiao, and then took the pill. The powerful medicinal power quickly smoothed out his injuries, making him feel much better. He believed that in a few days he would be able to move. If it was an ordinary mystic realm martial artist, after taking this pill and using Xianxia to heal, he would probably be able to get out of bed in less than a day. The current Xenli didn't practice martial arts and didn't know any Xianxia. Most of the medicinal power was still unable to be absorbed. Many thanks to Benefactor for bestowing the pill. Unfortunately, I, Xenli, am unable to repay Benefactor's great kindness. Xenli said gratefully and unwillingly. He was just an ordinary person. How could he repay Ling Zhao's kindness? What did he need a cripple like him for? "If you want to repay the kindness, be my disciple," Ling Xiao said very casually. Chapter 438. Benefactor, you said you want to accept me as your disciple? Xenli asked with an abnormally excited expression. He was afraid that he had misheard. "It was you who begged me to accept you as my disciple, not me who asked you to be my disciple. Do you understand?" Ling Xiao emphasized. He thought to himself, if this king wants to take in a disciple as long as I wave my arm, there will be a lot of people crying to take me as their master. "You brat, you still don't know what's good for you." Ling Xiao said this just to save face. In fact, he didn't have any idea about taking in a disciple. He just wanted to give his master, Mu Huai, a surprise. Back then, when Mu Huai found out that Ling Xiao also had a pure wood attribute physique, he put down his old face and asked his Grand Master to go to Medicine Peak to snatch him away. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao respected Mu Huai even more. Therefore, he wanted to take Xenli as his disciple to make his master happy. However, if others knew that Xenli was a pure wood attribute person, even an Empyrean-level figure would snatch him away as a disciple. It had to be known that a pure attribute physique was rare to see in 1,000 years. It had a powerful tenbin that surpassed ordinary people on the path of cultivation. A beginner martial artist with this kind of physique would be the most valued target of cultivation, no matter in any large sect. And Ling Xiao behaved so casually. If others were to know, they would probably be angered to death. However, although Xenli had this kind of talent, his congenital blocked meridians caused him to be unable to cultivate. In the hands of others, he was just an ordinary person. If it wasn't for Lu Weng being able to sense that Xenli's physique was different, Ling Xiao would have probably made a mistake. At the same time, to repair Xenli's meridians, only a high-grade alchemist like Ling Xiao could do it. "Cousin, hurry up and acknowledge me as your master," Sun Xiaonan urged from the side, as if she was afraid that Xenli would miss this opportunity. She knew that Xenli had suffered a lot in order to be able to cultivate. It was rare for him to have this opportunity, so of course she didn't want him to miss it. Xenli just wanted to climb down from the bed, but he hesitated for a moment and sighed heavily. "Thank you for your kindness, Benefactor. I was determined to be unable to cultivate since I was young." Xenli had already heard from Sun Xiaonan that Ling Xiao and Savage Leopard were at least king stage experts. Even in the family, such experts were at the elder level. He was naturally very happy that they wanted him to be their disciple. However, he had to tell them about his situation so that he wouldn't be expelled after acknowledging them as his master. How embarrassing that would be. "I know about your situation, but if you really want me as your master, I can help you. I can help you, I can help you, I can help you." Really? Xenli, Ling Li really, Li, Xen said. Ling Xiao put Xenli back on the bed and nodded with satisfaction. Good, from today on, you are Ling Xiao's disciple. If anyone dares to bully you, Master will crush their balls. Master, what's an egg? Sun Xiaonan asked with a puzzled face. Ling Xiao saw Sun Xiaonan's innocent expression and his old face slightly blushed. How could he forget that Sun Xiaonan was beside him? This egg, it's the eggs raised by birds, Ling Xiao explained with great difficulty. Then what does it have to do with the eggs raised by birds when others bully my cousin? Sun Xiaonan continued to ask. Ling Xiao secretly said in his heart, my sin, I can't lead children astray. Xiaonan, you go out first. I have something to say to your cousin. Ling Xiao quickly changed the topic. He was too lazy to explain Sun Xiaonan's profound question. Sun Xiaonan was very puzzled. What does it have to do with the eggs raised by birds? After Sun Xiaonan left, Ling Xiao said to Xinli, since you have become my disciple, then I will let you know my background and make you regret it. Master saved my life and is willing to accept me as a disciple. I will never regret it in this life. Xinli said to Ling Xiao with a sonorous voice. He was originally an abandoned young master of the Xian family. He had suffered all kinds of ridicule and was disheartened by the Xian family. Now, not only did Ling Xiao save him, he was willing to accept him as a disciple, and he even promised to let him practice martial arts. What else could he be dissatisfied with? Well, it's good that you have such determination. Ling Xiao nodded and then said, Master is a disciple of the 68th generation from the Wooden Flag Peak of the Purple Sky sect in the northwest. Now that you have become my disciple, you are naturally a disciple of the 69th generation. When you return to the sect in the future, Master will let you pay your respects to the sect master and the patriarch. Then you will be a disciple of my Purple Sky sect. Yes, disciple will remember, Xinli replied seriously. In his heart, he was imagining that Master came from the distant northwest. I will tell you first that Master is the youngest elder of the sect, and also the strongest of the 67th and 68th generation. Since you have become my disciple, you cannot disgrace Master's name. Otherwise, don't blame Master for being impolite, Ling Xiao said very confidently. Although these words were a bit arrogant, he was indeed telling a fact. In the Purple Sky sect, besides those elders of the previous generation, it was likely that no one under the king stage was a match for Ling Xiao, even if it was a high-level king stage elder. Ling Xiao's combat strength was not just for show. If he added his trump card, he would not even be afraid of an Earth Emperor expert. When Xinli heard Ling Xiao's words, his eyes revealed a look of worship, and he nodded very firmly and said, even if disciple dies, I will not lose face for Master. Ling Xiao softly said, since you have already become my disciple, then you naturally have to leave with me. Are you willing to give up everything here? Xinli hesitated for a moment and said, Master, can you also accept my cousin as a disciple? Ling Xiao glanced at Xinli, and Xinli did not dare to look at Ling Xiao. Master can't casually accept disciples, but you don't need to worry about her. You are my disciple, so I will naturally take away your relatives, so that you will not be worried, Ling Xiao replied. He had already thought of a way to settle down Sun Xiaonan, otherwise he was afraid that Xinli would not be able to concentrate on cultivation. He was not like some masters who force people to give up their family and love, and only when they reached the point of forgetting about their feelings could they cultivate the unworldly mysterious technique. To Ling Xiao, a person who knew how to be grateful was more suitable for cultivation. Because love could make people constantly strive for self-improvement, because he had someone he needed to protect, he would desire to become stronger. After Xinli received Ling Xiao's affirmation, he immediately relaxed and did not make any more requests. After you rest for 2 days, Master will refine some pills for you to reconstruct your meridians. At that time, it will be difficult for you not to become stronger, Ling Xiao said and then left the room. Xinli stared blankly at Ling Xiao's back and muttered, could it be that Master is also an alchemist? He saw that Ling Xiao was only a few years older than him, but he had formidable strength. His admiration for Ling Xiao gradually deepened. 2 days later, Xinli's injuries were more or less healed after Ling Xiao fed him a large amount of high-grade medicinal pills. He discovered that he was actually a profound practitioner, which made him wild with joy. He did not know that when Sun Xiaonan had been humiliated, it had stimulated his potential, causing him to explode with the power of his innate constitution. In an instant, he had broken through many of his wasted meridians, allowing him to become a low-level profound practitioner. Low-level profound practitioners were only the lowest level of all martial practitioners. But this was the first time Xianxia felt that he had the feeling of power, causing him to cry bitterly for a full 2 hours before he stopped crying. In this lifetime, you are only allowed to cry once. Next time you cry, don't say that you are my disciple. Remember, men bleed but not tears. Thinking back to when Master was also abandoned by my family, I was not the most outstanding one. Remember, you must have a heart that will never give up, only then can you continue to advance bravely and become stronger. Ling Xiao patted Xianxia's shoulder in encouragement. Xianxia wiped away his tears and heavily nodded. All right, Master will first help you reconstruct your meridians. It may be very painful, but as long as you can endure it, you will have endless benefits in this lifetime. If you can't endure it, then the only road left for you is death, Ling Xiao said very directly. Come Master, I can do it, Xianxia firmly replied. Sit properly and take this meridian molding pill. Relax your body and do not resist, Ling Xiao said as he handed over a medicinal pill. This meridian molding pill was a 5th grade medicinal pill. It had been refined by Ling Xiao in the past 2 days. It was just like its name, it had the miraculous effect of reconstructing meridians. Xianxia calmed his state of mind and took the medicinal pill. Then he began to relax his body and mind. His life was completely in the hands of his master. Seeing that Xianxia was already prepared, Ling Xiao placed his palm on Xianxia's back and a wave of spiritual energy passed through his palm. Xianxia's pure wood attribute physique was not bad, but he also had a congenital blocked meridians, a rare trash body. Congenital blocked meridians meant that when a person was born, their meridians were already damaged and they were unable to move their strength. Although this did not affect a person's life, it affected a person's ability to cultivate, unable to use Xianxia, and bring it into the dantian to strengthen their own strength. This kind of congenital trash body would generally not be able to cultivate for a lifetime. However, in the eyes of some high-level alchemists, there was still hope. That was to reconstruct the meridians, turning the wasted meridians into normal meridians. That way, they would have the meridians of a normal martial artist and could step onto the road of cultivation. Although the Xian family was an alchemist family, they did not have a 5th grade alchemist. It was impossible for them to refine a 5th grade medicinal pill for Xianxia to reconstruct his meridians. Moreover, no one knew how good Xianxia's tenbin cultivation was. If the Xian family obtained the meridian molding pill for him, but his cultivation was ordinary tenbin, then what was the use of saving him? Therefore, the Xian family would not waste time and materials for a congenital trash body. This was not only reflected in the Xian family, but also in other big and small families. This point was also deeply experienced by Ling Xiao. As Ling Xiao's spiritual energy destroyed Xianxia's wasted meridians, Xianxia almost fainted from the pain. His complexion was frighteningly pale. However, his willpower was beyond Ling Xiao's expectations. Xianxia actually gritted his teeth and did not let out a scream. Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with this disciple of his. Only people with strong willpower could go far on the road of martial arts. After all the meridians in Xianxia's body were destroyed, the medicinal power of the meridian molding pill began to take effect. The meridians in Xianxia's body began to show signs of reconstructing, and his pain gradually disappeared. Finally, he became calm. Chapter 439. Xianxia's meridians had been reconstructed, but his mystic realm's strength was gone. He had been worried that his meridians had not been successfully reconstructed. It was a good thing that Ling Xiao was there to tell him it was a success. That put him at ease and made him very happy. He could finally start cultivating like everyone else. Although he had started a little late, he was determined to work several times harder than others and become stronger as soon as possible. He could not embarrass his master. Once Xianxia's matter was settled, Ling Xiao had to hurry on his way. He could not stay here for long. 2 days ago, Xianxia had already told his grandmother and son Xiaonan about his matter. He hoped that they would listen to his master's arrangements and leave this place. Sun Xiaonan was easy to persuade, but his grandmother was determined to retire in this small town. Ling Xiao knew that old people would have the feeling of dying of old age in their hometown. However, since he had taken Xen Li as his disciple, this old woman had no choice but to live a long life. Thus, before leaving, Ling Xiao gave Xen Li's grandmother a spirit advancement pill and some life-prolonging spirit herbs. To return to Gu City, one had to use a teleportation array. South Pill City was the headquarters of the Xen family, one of the 4 aristocratic families. Naturally, it did not lack teleportation arrays. However, South Pill City's teleportation array could only go to Divine Dao City, which was the closest to Gu City. If Ling Xiao did not want to go to Divine Dao City, he could only return to Giant Peak City first and then to Gu City. This problem had been troubling Ling Xiao. Finally, he decided to return to Divine Dao City from South Pill City first before rushing to Gu City. After all, every time he used the transmission array, he would need a lot of beast cores. That was a huge expense. Even though Ling Xiao had a rich collection, he could not afford such a torment. It was better to save up for now. The small town was quite a distance from South Pill City, but this bit of distance was nothing to Ling Xiao and the savage leopard. It would only take the 2 of them 4 hours to get there. Meanwhile, the Golden Wolf King carried Xen Li and Sun Xiaonan on its back. The Golden Wolf King was not much slower than Ling Xiao and Savage Leopard. Facing South Elixir City again, Xen Li felt very upset. Originally, he was like the other children of the Xen family, able to grow up freely and happily here. Unfortunately, his fate was destined to be bumpy. Sun Xiaonan, who was behind him, saw his cousin's strange expression and comforted him. "Cousin, when you become stronger, you will teach those people a lesson." Xen Li clenched his fist and nodded heavily to show his firm determination. When they arrived at the city, Ling Xiao recalled the Golden Wolf King, and the 4 of them walked into the city. On the way, Ling Xiao asked Xen Li, "Do you know where the transmission array is?" Xen Li nodded. "Although I haven't been back here in a few years, I know where it is." "That's good. Let's go to the transmission formation immediately." Ling Xiao nodded and said. When Xen Li stepped into South Elixir City again, his emotions became somewhat complicated. He glared in one direction and thought to himself, "I'll be back one day." South Elixir City and Giant Summit City were both large cities. There were many people coming and going, and shops of all sizes were bustling with business. In a few scattered areas, many mercenaries were selling spirit herbs of various sizes. Many martial artists were there to buy spirit herbs. At the same time, there were some uniformed martial artists wandering around. It seemed like they belonged to some faction. Xen Li looked at those people, and his expression became somewhat strange. Needless to say, these people were definitely from the Xian family. Their clothes were indeed a bit different from normal martial artists. They looked like alchemist clothes. Normally, Ling Xiao would definitely go to such a scattered place to see if there were any good spiritual herbs and purchase them. He was currently focused on his journey and did not have the mood to linger. However, even if he did not want to cause trouble, trouble would always come knocking on his door. An extremely unpleasant voice came from the side. "Hey, isn't this 13th brother? When did you return to South Elixir City? Why didn't you inform me so that I could come out and welcome you?" Ling Xiao and the others turned to look and saw a youth about the same age as Xen Li looking at him with a playful expression. This youth was dressed extravagantly with a shiny sword hanging from his waist. His expression was filled with disdain and arrogance. In his arms was a beautiful young girl, and behind him were a few lackeys. All of them had cold smiles on their faces, as if they were as arrogant as their master. This youth's name was Xianxia, and he was a direct disciple of the same generation as Xen Li. However, Xianxia's father was much more powerful than Xen Li's missing father. He held the position of the 8th deacon, and his grandfather was the clan's 4th elder. Therefore, Xianxia was a typical hedonistic son of rich parents. In the past, Xen Li had been bullied and mocked by Xianxia a lot. Xen Li clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes burned with rage. He said with an ashen expression, "There's no need for 15th brother to worry. Xianli recalled the scene of him being bullied and humiliated back then. He really wanted to go up and beat Xianjian into a pig's head. However, he knew that he didn't have the strength to do so right now, so he could only endure. He believed that this day wouldn't be too far away. Calling you 13th brother is giving you face, but you actually call me 15th brother. Damn, call me 15th young master. How about this young master reward you with some gold? Xianjian laughed mockingly. 15th brother, you will always be small. Xianli calmed himself down and said. Only then did he remember that he was no longer alone. He still had a master behind him. It was Ling Xiao who had used a sound transmission technique to tell Xianli not to be afraid and that he would be there to support him. Ling Xiao had just become his master, so how could his disciple be bullied by others? Moreover, he was just a little brat. Xianjian was stunned for a moment. He never thought that Brother 13, who he had bullied to the point where he didn't even dare to fart, would dare to speak to him like this. Before Xianjian could say anything, the young girl in his arms glared at Sun Xiaonan with disgust. She then said in a sweet voice, "Young master, I want that girl to wash my feet." Xianjian came back to his senses and looked at Sun Xiaonan. His eyes lit up and he thought to himself, this girl is pretty good. I didn't expect that trash to find such a beautiful wife, but hee. Then, Xianjian laughed sinisterly, good idea. Brother 13, I think you won't mind giving that girl to me. However, I, young master 15, also don't like to take advantage of ping. 50 gold coins shouldn't be too little, right? This shifty-minded guy is so annoying. Cousin, let's go. Sun Xiaonan pouted her small red lips and scolded. Xianjian was captivated by Sun Xiaonan's angry look. He thought to himself, this girl is really a demon. This young master wants her. Seeing that they were about to leave, Xianjian immediately waved his hand. His followers immediately surrounded Xianli and Sun Xiaonan. At this time, Xianjian also glanced at Ling Xiao and Savage Leopard. He glared at the two of them and said, where did this dog come from? Get out of the way. How dare you obstruct young Master Xian's business? You're asking for a beating. Xianjian thought that Ling Xiao and Savage Leopard were passers-by and immediately used his identity to scare them away. In Nandan City, no one dared to provoke the Xian family. Bastard, Brother 15, get out of my way. That's my master. Xianli shouted. Although he knew that his master's strength was not bad, compared to a large family, it was definitely not enough. However, he shouted out in a moment of desperation, which instead piqued Xianjian's interest. Hee, even a piece of trash like you is accepted as a disciple. It seems that your master is also a piece of trash. Xianjian glanced at Ling Xiao and Savage Leopard and sneered with extreme disdain. However, he hadn't even finished speaking when a pa sound rang out. His face immediately turned red and several of his front teeth disappeared. Xianjian let out a miserable shriek like a pig being slaughtered. The young girl in Xianjian's embrace and his followers were all dumbfounded. They didn't see anyone make a move. Why did Xianjian look like he had been slapped heavily and was beaten so miserably? Young master, are you all right? The young girl shrunk back in fear. Those followers also hurriedly surrounded him and asked, young master, are you all right? Who the fuck hit me? You good-for-nothings, didn't you see this young master get hit? Sob. Xianjian covered his face as he sobbed. He had been pampered since he was young. This was the first time he had been beaten so miserably by someone. His sobs didn't stop. But another sound rang out. Xianjian's other face was ruthlessly slapped, causing another mouthful of blood to flow out. The strange thing was that with this kind of strength, Xianjian should have been thrown to the side, but he still stood in place. His body didn't move even after being hit. It was just that his face was red and ugly and blood was flowing wildly. At this time, the followers beside Xianjian also knew that they had met an expert. One of the middle-rank spirit masters looked around and yelled, who dares hit my family's young master? It's best if you come out. Otherwise, when my family's elders arrive, you can only die. That middle-rank spirit master hadn't even finished speaking when another "pa" sound rang out. His entire body was slapped back a dozen meters. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Xianxia and the people beside him were so frightened that their faces were pale. They knew that they had definitely kicked a steel plate this time. "I beg you, my lord, for mercy. I am the Xian family's 15th young master. My father is the Xian family's 8th deacon. My grandfather is the Xian family's 4th elder." Xianxia was so frightened that he even brought out his ancestor's name. He had no choice but to beg for mercy. This could cost him his life. Xianli and Sun Xiaonan watched Xianxia being beaten to this state from the side and felt quite refreshed. "Xianli, what are you spacing out for? Go teach him a lesson," Ling Xiao said faintly from the side. "Master?" Xianli looked at Ling Xiao with some confusion. Could it be that Master made a move just now? He's standing there right now. You can hit him however you want. Even if you kill him, Master will give you justice, Ling Xiao said faintly. That's right, he was the one who had made a move to teach Xianxia a lesson. Ling Xiao had always found this kind of self-righteous hedonistic disciple to be an eyesore. It reminded him of Ling Rui back in Meteor City. He had to remove this heart demon for Xianli, otherwise it would only affect his future cultivation. It's him. He's definitely the one who hit me. You guys go kill him. Xianxia came to a sudden realization and immediately yelled at his followers. He didn't seem to remember how his middle-rank spirit master follower had been sent flying just now. He actually dared to threaten to kill Ling Xiao. He really had lost his head from anger. Chapter 440. Xianxia was so angry that he lost his mind, but those followers didn't. They remembered who was sent flying a long way just now. But since the young master had spoken, they didn't say no. Another middle-stage spirit master stood up and said weakly to Ling Xiao, "Hurry up and apologize to our young master. Otherwise, the Xian family won't let you off. Hurry up and apologize to our young master. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving South Pill City. What are you still standing there for? If you don't come over, we'll call for help." Those followers all became soft eggs and shouted, but none of them dared to step forward. Xianxia was so angry that he almost went crazy, but he also came to his senses. He knew that he couldn't afford to offend the other party right now. It wouldn't be too late to ask his grandfather for revenge. Xianxia wanted to escape, but he found that he couldn't move. He was so anxious that he wanted to cry. "So annoying, all of you get lost." Ling Xiao coldly snorted, and his whole body emitted an imposing aura. Bang bang. All of Xianxia's followers were sent flying far away. Although Ling Xiao was a middle-stage king stage, his strength was even stronger than a peak king stage. How could these followers, who ranged from mystic realm to spirit master, withstand his pressure? Only Xianxia was left looking at Ling Xiao and the others with trembling legs. "Go over and fight however you want," Ling Xiao said to Xianli, who was in a daze. The reason why he showed off his skills was to let Xianli know how powerful the master he had acknowledged was. Xianli came back to his senses and nodded excitedly, "Yes, master. 15th brother, you bullied me quite viciously a few years ago. Now I'll collect some interest. One day, I'll personally trample you beneath my feet." Xianli slowly walked over to Xianxia and viciously said. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Thinking back to when he was teased and ridiculed, he felt extremely uncomfortable. 13th brother, please let me go. We're brothers from the same family. Xianxia begged for mercy. No matter what, he was a mystic realm martial artist, but he was imprisoned and couldn't move. Even a commoner could kill him. "Fuck you, why didn't you say anything when you bullied me back then?" Xianli roared like crazy and punched Xianxia in the nose. Kacha. The bridge of the nose was always the weakest part of a human being, and it was also the part that hurt the most when it was hit. Xianxia's nose was broken, and the pain made him tear up. 2 streams of blood gushed out of his nose. "Brothers, I can get my grandfather to let you return to the family. I beg you." Xianxia was unable to move and once again cried and begged for mercy. Xianxia didn't say anything. In an instant he turned into a madman and charged towards Xianxia. In a short while, Xianxia was beaten into a pig's head. He didn't have the slightest bit of the appearance of a rich young master. His followers were lying on the ground, all of them pretending to be dead. None of them dared to stand up and clamor. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know what happened if they were killed. After venting for a while, Xianxia finally stopped. His mouth was constantly gasping for breath, as if he was very tired from the beating. Xianxia didn't even look at Xianxia, who was crying for his father and mother. He turned around and bowed to Ling Xiao, saying, "Many thanks to Master, please let him go." Ling Xiao nodded and lightly waved his hand. Xianxia finally collapsed on the ground. His crying still didn't stop. "Is there anything you haven't taken from your home?" Ling Xiao asked Xianxia. Xianxia looked at his master in astonishment. He didn't know why his master would ask such a question, but he still obediently nodded and said, "There are still some souvenirs left behind by my parents." "All right, then take them as well. In any case, it's very difficult to come back in the future." Ling Xiao said. Forget it." Xianxia's body trembled slightly as he replied. He could faintly guess what his master was going to do. "How can I abandon my parents' things? Let's go." Ling Xiao faintly smiled. Then, he carried Xianxia with one hand and flew up. Cruel Leopard carried Sun Xiaonan from behind and also flew up, following behind Ling Xiao. "Master, I'm already very satisfied and happy that you've done so much for me, but you don't need to risk your life for me anymore. There are still elders from the previous generation in the family. I heard that they are already super experts of the Earth Emperor stage," Xianxia advised. He could imagine that Ling Xiao would definitely find an excuse to help him vent his anger, but he also knew how terrifying his family's background was to be able to become the second of the 4 great families. Not to mention the Earth Emperor stage, just the King stage elders alone were already quite a few. But his master and Cruel Leopard were only 2 people. How could they contend against a family? He was very grateful to his master for doing this for him, but he didn't want to lose his master just like that. "So what? We're just going to take back what belongs to you. Could it be that they're going to make things difficult for us?" Ling Xiao said with a strange smile on his face. In fact, he was secretly saying in his heart, "It's best if they make things difficult for us. Otherwise, who am I going to find to help my disciple vent his anger?" It had to be said that Ling Xiao was quite protective of his own people. In order for Xianxia to be able to focus on cultivation in the future, he decided to barge into the Xian family and find justice for his disciple. Xianxia couldn't change his master's decision, so he could only think in his heart, "I hope we don't disturb the Grand Elder." Under Xianxia's guidance, Ling Xiao and the others flew to the front of a majestic courtyard in Nandan City. This courtyard covered an area of more than 10,000 mu. It was like a small city within a city, making people feel that it was abnormally extravagant. This place was surrounded by an ancient wall made of cyan rocks. Raising one's head, one could see layers of simple and unadorned pavilions behind the ancient wall. Occasionally, one could even catch a glimpse of white smoke rising from a certain place. A faintly discernible medicinal fragrance constantly drifted out from it, causing one to involuntarily feel refreshed. This was the courtyard of the Xian family, which was ranked second among the 4 great families. Ling Xiao and the others landed in front of the Xian family's main gate. A pair of huge stone lion beasts were fiercely glaring at them, appearing very lifelike. Beside the stone lions stood 2 spirit master-level guards, meticulously watching the door. To use spirit masters as guards, it had to be said that the Xian family was indeed rich and overbearing. "Who are you?" one of the spirit masters asked Ling Xiao and the others who had suddenly appeared. "Xianxia, go tell them who you are." Ling Xiao glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before gathering his courage and saying, "I'm the grandson of the 10th elder, Xian Bo. I'm going back to the clan." Hearing this, the 2 spirit masters looked at Xianxia in confusion. One of them asked, "Are you really young Master Xianxia?" Xen Li's heart warmed slightly. I didn't think that there would still be people who remembered me after a few years. That's right, it's me. Move aside and let me go back to the clan to get some things, Xen Li replied. I'm sorry, young Master Xen Li. The clan has a written rule that trash isn't allowed in. You should leave to avoid making things difficult for us, the Spirit Master said playfully, his eyes filled with disdain. The other Spirit Master also laughed. You're wrong. It should be dogs and trash that aren't allowed in. Hurry up and leave. 13th Young Master, this place is no longer a place you can enter. The two Spirit Masters had been in the Xen family for many years, so they naturally knew of Xen Li, the famous trash. Xen Li had already been abandoned by the Xian family, so they naturally didn't need to treat him as a real young master. So they couldn't help but mock him a bit. In any case, they weren't worried about being punished. Xen Li was so angry that his body couldn't stop trembling. He had just thought that they would remember him as a young master and treat him with more respect. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, it would turn into this kind of insult and ridicule? It made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Forget it, I can't communicate with these two dogs. Let's go in. Ling Xiao couldn't stand it anymore and said indifferently. His aura instantly spread out, and a powerful pressure rushed toward the two Spirit Masters. The two Spirit Masters felt their chests tighten as they fiercely smashed into the side of a stone lion. They each spat out a large mouthful of blood and directly fainted. It was obvious that Ling Xiao had dealt a heavy blow. Ling Xiao no longer looked at the two of them. With his hands behind his back, he took the lead and walked into the Xian family's courtyard. Xen Li swallowed his saliva and hurriedly followed. Only Sun Xiaonan was fearless and exclaimed, "Master is so cool." In reality, Ling Xiao hadn't taken her as a disciple, but she called him master just like Xing. Ling Xiao had already emphasized this several times, but this girl still called him master. Ling Xiao let her be. However, he also planned to find a master for this girl. His woman, Kai Shiyue, was a very good choice. Who dares to trespass into the Xen family? As soon as Ling Xiao and the others stepped into the courtyard, a guard immediately shouted in alarm. They saw a strong man rushing over with 5 or 6 guards. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to say anything. He directly released his aura, and those people were immediately shaken to the ground. Where did you live before? Ling Xiao asked Xen Li, who was beside him. Xen Li pointed in a direction, over there in the West Wing courtyard. All right, let's go. Ling Xiao nodded and walked toward the West Wing courtyard. The strong man from the Xen family crawled up and shouted, "There's an enemy trespassing into the family. Quickly ask for help from the elders." His voice echoed in the sky above the Xen family, alarming many of the Xen family members. Who dares to trespass into our Xen family? They must be tired of living. A low-level king stage cultivator instantly flew in front of the strong man and asked loudly. This king stage cultivator was very young, around 27 years old. He was the third young master of the Xen family, Xianxia. He was different from the other disciples who focused on alchemy. He didn't like alchemy, but focused on cultivation. He was brave and aggressive, and was the most powerful person in the new generation of the Xian family. Third young master, they went that way, but I saw one of them just now. It seems to be the 13th young master Xen Li who was expelled from the family. The strong man pointed in a direction and said, 13th brother? Xianxia froze for a moment, then laughed disdainfully. I didn't expect that trash to dare to come back. Let me see what kind of ability he has to dare to trespass into the inner courtyard of the family. After saying that, he flew up like a goshawk and flew in the direction of the West Wing courtyard. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia appeared in the sky above Ling Xiao and the others. 13th, how dare you bring people to trespass into the family? What crime do you deserve? Xianxia coldly stared at Xen Li and shouted. Xen Li bowed slightly to Xianxia and said, Third brother, I just want to take back my parents' things. Please don't stop me. He knew that Ling Xiao was determined to help him vent his anger. Since they had already fallen out, he had nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 441. Didn't you take your things 5 years ago? What else does this place belong to you? Get out of here right now or else. It's easy to come in, but it'll be hard to get out, Xianxia said condescendingly. Everyone could hear the strong threat in his tone. Third brother, I just want to take back my parents' things. Can't I? Xianxia raised his head and asked angrily. I'll say it again, there's nothing left for you here. Get out of here. Xianxia shouted again. He impatiently released a powerful aura to teach Xianxia a lesson. Have mercy. At this time, an old voice rang out and a figure quickly flew over. Xianxia didn't care about that person's words and continued to press down with his king's might. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't just watch Xianxia get bullied. He casually waved his hand and Xianxia's might disappeared without a trace. You dare to ruin my plans? You're courting death. Xianxia glared at Ling Xiao and shouted. Ling Xiao raised his eyes and said, I hate it when people stand above me. He paused for a moment and shouted, Get down here. Ling Xiao's shout contained a supreme dragon's might, causing the surroundings to shake. Xianxia, who was in the air, felt his blood churning and his eardrums ringing after receiving Ling Xiao's roar. He fell from the sky. The old man who rushed over couldn't bear it either. His body swayed a few times and he also fell. However, he didn't feel as bad as Xianxia. Xianxia and Sun Xiaonan had long been isolated by the savage leopard's spirit energy, so they weren't affected by the dragon's might. Following Ling Xiao's dragon's roar, many experts of the Xian family were alarmed. In just a moment, more than 20 king-level experts appeared in the sky above Ling Xiao. The youngest of these people was in their 40s, and the oldest was probably close to 200 years old. Who dares to cause trouble in my Xian clan? A high-level king-level expert walked out from the group of 20 king-level experts and shouted. This high king stage expert was the current patriarch of the Xian clan, Wuxia. He had the strength of a high king stage expert, and he was also a 4th-rank alchemist. He had relied on his reputation as a 4th-rank alchemist to become the patriarch. The other kings were the elders of the Xian clan. I've already said that I hate it when people are above me. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he squinted his eyes. Then, he gathered all his strength and roared towards the sky. This roar was even more terrifying than the previous one. Behind Ling Xiao, the phantom of a golden dragon appeared. It was as if a peerless true dragon was roaring at the sky. The Tenbin dragon's roar was the divine ability of the divine beast dragons. Ling Xiao had previously absorbed the blood essence of the flood dragon, and later absorbed a large amount of blood essence of the 9-headed dragon serpent. His bloodline had long since mutated. In addition, he had just stepped into the peak of the mid-level king level, so his strength was very different from before. The power of the Tenbin dragon's roar had naturally increased by several times. For a moment, the dragon's roar shook everyone in the sky and caused their blood to churn. They were like birds that had lost their wings and fell from the sky. Xianxia and Sun Xiaonan, who were under the protection of the cruel leopard, saw Ling Xiao display his invincible might. Their eyes were filled with stars, and their hearts were filled with worship. Master is so powerful. To be able to have Master as my master in this generation is the greatest fortune of my life. Xianxia muttered in his heart. This sentence of his had accompanied him for the rest of his life, and he had witnessed his master's miraculous life. What are you still standing there for? Lead the way. Let's go get your things first. Ling Xiao glanced at Xianxia and said. Xianxia hurriedly nodded and trotted towards his former courtyard. Ling Xiao and the cruel leopard followed him at a moderate pace. The Xian family's king-level experts that had fallen had all taken medicinal pills and were adjusting their breathing. All of their expressions were extremely unsightly. After a while, all of them had recovered, but there was still a lingering fear in their hearts. Xian Wuchang looked at Xianxia, who was the most heavily injured, and asked, Zhan, oh, what happened? He called Xianxia so intimately because Xianxia was the son of his second son, which was his grandson. Grandfather, it's that cripple Xianxia who brought people back. He said he wanted to take his parents' things. I tried to stop him, but I was injured by the people he brought. Although Xianxia had taken medicinal pills, his injuries were the heaviest, and it was still very difficult for him to speak. Before Wuchang could speak, another old man said, "Patriarch, that child is still young. I think we should just let him take his parents' things and leave." This old man was the one who had spoken up to stop Xianxia. He was the Xin family's 10th elder, and Xianxia's grandfather, Xianbo. Whether it was in alchemy or martial cultivation, Xianbo was only an average person. Neither too high nor too low was the best way to describe him. Xianxia's grandfather had spent quite a bit of effort on Xianxia's inability to cultivate, but he was only a third-rank alchemist and had no way of reconstructing Xianxia's crippled meridians. He could only watch as Xianxia was driven out of the family. However, Xianbo also felt that it was a good thing for Xianxia to leave the family. If he couldn't cultivate, then it would be better for him to live an ordinary life. It was much better than being bullied and ridiculed by others. 10th elder, your words are wrong. Xianxia was driven out of the family 5 years ago, and all of his things have been taken away. There's nothing here that belongs to him. Now that he's brought people to cause trouble, he's clearly challenging our Xian family's dignity. An elder stood up and said, "That's right. Just now, that brat took advantage of us being unprepared to use a roar skill. No matter how heaven-defying he is, he's still only at the king realm. We should immediately go over and kill them all." Another elder gritted his teeth and said, clearly he was extremely displeased that he had just suffered a loss. Besides Xianbo, everyone else agreed to kill Xianxia and the others. After all, in their eyes, Xianxia was just a useless piece of trash. Now that this piece of trash had actually brought people to provoke them, it undoubtedly infuriated them. Xianbo knew that he couldn't change the truth, so he could only sigh heavily in his heart. At the same time, he made a decision. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll protect his life. Having made his decision, Wuchang glanced at Xianbo and coldly snorted. The group of people once again flew towards the West Wing courtyard. Now that the West Wing courtyard had changed, it was clearly impossible for Xianxia to find his parents' things. Ling Xiao didn't have any extravagant hopes that Xianxia would be able to find anything. He was obviously here to cause trouble. The people inside, come out. I don't care who you are, but to dare cause trouble in my Xian family, you must have eaten the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard, Wuchang said faintly. Ling Xiao and the others walked out of the courtyard. Xianbo immediately shouted at Xianxia, "Little bastard, hurry up and apologize to the family head. I hope that the family head will be magnanimous and spare your life." Xianxia had forgotten about the group of bearded elders in front of him. In his heart, he didn't feel the slightest bit of kinship. He had almost forgotten his grandfather's impression. He knew that these people didn't have the slightest bit of humanity. They only knew how to force people to refine pills and practice martial arts. For a trash like him who couldn't refine pills or practice martial arts, he was indeed worse than a horse. He clenched his fist and said, "I'm only here to take back my parents' things. What's wrong with that?" At this moment, Xianxia no longer had any fear in his heart when facing the elders of the Xian family, because he knew that his master would definitely shelter him from the wind and rain. "Good boy, you still don't know how to admit your mistakes when you're about to die. I'll kill you." Xianbo cursed and instantly slapped towards Xianxia. This palm strike was very measured, only using less than a tenth of his strength. He hoped to beat Xianxia half to death so that the others would be appeased. Then he would be able to plead for Wuchang to spare Xianxia's life. How could his good intentions escape the eyes of the other members of the Xian family? However, before he could slap Xianxia, a strong and powerful hand firmly clamped down on his old hand. The one who had grabbed Xianbo's hand was naturally Ling Xiao, who was next to Xianxia. "Move to the side." Ling Xiao gently pulled, and Xianbo was thrown to the side. However, Ling Xiao didn't use too much force, because he could see that Xianbo had put a lot of effort into this. "Who are you? How dare you intrude into my Xin family? Do you really think that there's no one in my Xin family? Xin Wuchang stared at Ling Xiao and asked. Xin Wuchang was a high-level king, so he could see through Ling Xiao's true strength at a glance. However, he was secretly shocked. How does that trash know such a young expert? Could he be the descendant of some hidden power? However, no matter where Ling Xiao came from, the Xian family couldn't lose face. They absolutely had to make him stay. I don't know if there's anyone in your Xian family, but I do know that no one can bully my disciple, Ling Xiao said while picking at his earwax. His action was simply a form of contempt and disdain for all the Xian elders. The Xian elders were so angry that their beards flew up high. What an arrogant brat! You're only at the mid-stage king level, but you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Let this old man teach you a lesson, shouted a slightly fatter high-stage king-level expert. His palm instantly slapped towards Ling Xiao. Master, be careful. Xian Li instinctively shouted. However, Ling Xiao didn't move at all and let the fire palm hit his body. The Xian elders all thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die. However, when the fire disappeared, Ling Xiao still had his arms crossed in front of his chest and sneered, "You're not qualified to play with fire with me." With that, Ling Xiao waved his hand and a blue wolf king appeared in the air. I've heard that the Xian family is famous for their alchemy, so your ability to play with fire shouldn't be bad. Today, I'll give you a chance. Whoever can beat me with fire, I'll let this matter go. If you lose, then you'll kowtow to my disciple and admit your mistakes. You'll also take out some high-level spirit herbs to show your filial piety to me. Ling Xiao pondered. The blue wolf king in the sky howled incessantly. Not far away, the Xian family clicked their tongues. The Xian family was famous for their alchemy skills in the southern region. In the Xian family, there weren't many men or women who didn't know how to refine medicine. If one knew how to refine medicine, then they naturally had to know how to control fire. Controlling fire also represented the level of alchemy. Therefore, the majority of the Xian family members were quite knowledgeable when it came to controlling fire. Now that someone had proposed to compete with them in fire control, they couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This old man is itching for a fight, so I'll play with you. Don't cry when I set your eyebrows on fire. Another Xian elder stood up and shouted. Chapter 442. The Xian family elder was a famous third-grade alchemist. His fire control skills were quite good, and a ball of scarlet fire condensed into a fire lion that roared endlessly. However, the condensation of this fire lion was not perfect. It seemed that its body and claws did not match, and it looked like it would scatter easily. With a wave of his hands, the fire lion pounced on Ling Xiao's blue wolf king, as if it hadn't been released for a long time. The Xian family elders all shouted in unison, as if they could see the fire lion biting off the wolf king's head. Unexpectedly, the blue wolf king was just as arrogant as Ling Xiao. It only raised its front paw and smashed it directly onto the fire lion. The fire lion actually disintegrated under the blue claw. The Xian family members were all shocked. The Xian family elder's face changed slightly, and he immediately shouted again, "You have some ability. Look at my two fire lions, I don't believe that they can't bite you to death." This time, the Xian family elder learned his lesson. He did not use the fire lion to provoke the blue wolf king, but directly controlled it to attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a faint smile. He did not need the blue wolf king to defend, but with a flick of his other hand, two small blue flames shot towards the two fire lions. The two fire lions could not dodge in time, and as soon as they were touched by the blue flames, they were completely devoured. Before the Xian family elder could react, Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and with his other hand he controlled the blue fire wolf to pounce towards the Xian family elder. Its speed was peerless, and in an instant, it arrived in front of the Xian family elder. "Humph, watch me destroy it." The elder coldly snorted, and the flames in his palms rose again. Two balls of intense flames instantly shot out from his palms. Sizzle! Unexpectedly, when his powerful flames burned the blue wolf king, it was unable to cause any damage. It still ferociously bit towards the Xen family elder. Eighth brother, quickly retreat. Xen Wuchang shouted to remind him. The Xen family elder looked at the blue fire wolf in front of him. The scorching and violent fire made him palpitate. Damn it, what kind of fire is this? The Xen family's elder screamed and quickly fled. However, the blue wolf king's front claws still lightly scratched him before he retreated. Then, it did not continue to pursue him. Instead, it returned to the sky and revealed an extremely arrogant expression. Its eyes were filled with disdain. Everyone in the Xen clan was secretly impressed by the opponent's mastery of fire control. At this moment, the retreating Xen family elder roared with unwillingness, "Damn it! His flame might be a beast flame or an earth flame." As soon as he finished speaking, the people of the Xen family looked at the Blue Wolf King greedily. No one knew what they were plotting in their hearts. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Hee hee, this is the heavenly fire in my hands. If you don't want to be burned into an eyebrow swordsman like him, then come and snatch it." The Xen family elder touched his 2 long eyebrows in a panic. Sure enough, he discovered that they had become bald at some point. "Damned brat, I'll kill you!" That elder was so angry that he began to roar. His aura surged as he flew towards Ling Xiao. "Old 8, wait!" Xen Wuchang shouted and then asked Ling Xiao, "Where are you from? Don't you know the name of the Xen clan?" Xen Wuchang also noticed the abnormality of Ling Xiao's flame. He was sure that the flame in this young man's hand was not a beast flame, but an earth flame. As for the young man admitting that it was a heavenly fire, that was absolutely impossible. Why was he so sure that it was an earth flame? Because he himself had a beast flame, and it was definitely not as violent and terrifying as the flame in front of him. Why didn't he think that the flame in Ling Xiao's hand was a heavenly fire? Because a heavenly fire was too rare and hard to find. Even if one was found, not even an earthly sovereign or a heavenly venerable would be able to subdue it, let alone this young man. However, even if it wasn't a heavenly fire, an earth flame was still extremely rare. If he could take it from this young man, then becoming a 5th-rank alchemist would be just around the corner, and he would even be able to reach a higher level in the future. Therefore, he had to ask this arrogant young man if he had a terrifying backer and if the Xen clan could afford to offend him. Xen Wuchang was the head of the clan, so he naturally wasn't a brainless person. Ling Xiao naturally knew what Xen Wuchang was thinking, but he didn't care. "I am the prince consort of the Gu clan, Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a plan and decided to reveal his identity. The Gu clan's prince consort? Which Gu clan? Xen Wuchang asked again. The other Xen clan members were all puzzled. It seems like it's been too long. Many people have forgotten the existence of our Gu clan. Ling Xiao chuckled. The Xen clan members seemed to have thought of something and their expressions changed slightly. Xen Wuchang said in disbelief, "It's fine to swindle people, but the Gu clan has already been exterminated. How could there be a prince consort?" "Whether it's true or not, you'll find out soon enough," Ling Xiao replied casually. "Are you guys still playing? If not, then I'll leave with my disciple." Xen Wuchang narrowed his eyes. "Let this old man experience your fire skills." With that, a cyan flame appeared in Xen Wuchang's hand and gradually formed into a solid cyan tiger king. This was a cyan wind tiger king, a 6th-rank high-tier spirit beast. Xen Wuchang's flame was the cyan wind fire seed he obtained from the cyan wind tiger king's cave, a powerful beast flame. Beast flames couldn't compare to earth flames or sky flames, but they were much stronger than ordinary flames. It was also much easier to subdue and obtain them. This was something Xen Wuchang obtained by coincidence, allowing him to lay the foundation for becoming the head of the clan in one fell swoop. When the Cyan Wind Tiger King appeared, the Xen clan elders all cheered in unison. In the Xen clan, aside from the Xen ancestor and a previous elder, Xen Wuchang's alchemy skills were the best. Naturally, he was also very proficient in controlling fire. Moreover, the beast flame in his hand made them all extremely envious. They all felt that Xen Wuchang would definitely win this time. Unfortunately, Although the Cyan Wind Tiger King was mighty, it was only a paper tiger in front of the Blue Wolf King. The two beasts clashed, but in just a single exchange, the Cyan Wind Tiger King was torn to pieces by the Blue Wolf King. At this time, everyone in the Xen clan realized that this young man definitely had an earth fire in his hand. Everyone, let's attack together and keep them here. Xen Wuchang didn't feel sad about the Cyan Wind Tiger King being torn to pieces. Instead, he became even more excited. As long as he killed this young man, then the earth fire would belong to him. Xen Wuchang's blood began to boil at the thought of this. The Xen clan elders received their orders and condensed powerful flames, attacking Ling Xiao at the same time. Take them away. Ling Xiao didn't show the slightest bit of fear. He said to Savage Leopard, blue flames rising from his body. The demon blue fireball had absorbed an unknown amount of thunder and fire essence from the Tang clan's lightning fire pool. Its power was even greater than before, and the blue flames around Ling Xiao were even more vivid and enchanting. Ling Xiao dove into the sea of flames. With himself as the center, the blue flames instantly exploded. The flames that attacked Ling Xiao were instantly devoured by the demon blue fireball. They were unable to harm Ling Xiao in the slightest. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how powerful this young master is. Ling Xiao shouted, full of fighting spirit. Countless blue flames shot out from his palms towards the Xen clan elders. The Xen clan elders didn't dare touch Ling Xiao's flames, and they all soared into the sky. Ling Xiao actually didn't plan on killing them. The flames he sent out burned towards the Xen clan's buildings. In the blink of an eye, several buildings near him were burned. The expressions of the Xen clan elders in the sky changed. Xen Wuchang's face darkened. 8th, 9th, 10th. You guys go put out the fire. The rest of you, do your best to take him down. A green cauldron appeared in Xen Wuchang's hand. The other elders also raised their cauldrons. The Xen clan had been alchemists for generations, and their cauldrons were their best weapons. The medicinal cauldrons flew out and smashed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao laughed and retracted his flames. Golden dragon scales appeared all over his body, and his fists were covered in thick scales. A golden dragon image soared into the sky, and the golden dragon roared endlessly. Ling Xiao bounced up from the ground, and his fist covered in golden dragon scales met Xen Wuchang's cauldron. You're courting death. Xen Wuchang sneered. His cauldron was a rank 5 Xian artifact, a high-grade cauldron. The kid in front of him dared to meet it with his fist. He really didn't know what was good for him. However, the next moment he was dumbfounded. He only heard a bang sound, and his cauldron was smashed into a cracked state. After a few more bang sounds, his cauldron could no longer withstand the huge fist force, and immediately broke into pieces. Ling Xiao didn't stop and attacked the other flying cauldrons. Bang bang. In just a few moments, another 3 cauldrons were smashed. The other Xen clan elders were shocked. The elders who didn't have their apothecary masters summoned their apothecary masters back, afraid that they would be destroyed like the previous cauldrons. Xen Wuchang felt like he was about to swallow blood. This cauldron was passed down to him by his ancestors, and it had been with him for nearly 100 years. Yet it was broken just like that. Kill him with all your strength. A flaming sword appeared in Xen Wuchang's hand, and he shouted at the other elders. His whole body was like a hawk, and he rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wanted to show his strength in front of his disciple, and his fighting spirit surged. Ling Xiao, Xen Wuchang, and a few other Xen clan elders who had switched to using other profound artifacts were fighting. A series of explosions rang out above the Xen clan's courtyard, and the Xen clan members were scared witless. Who dares to break into our Xen clan? He actually alarmed the patriarch and the elders. Who knows? But no matter who dares to invade my Xen family, only death awaits them. Look, there's only one person fighting with the patriarch and the other elders. What kind of strength is this? It's too powerful. The members of the Xen family looked up at the sky and discussed among themselves. It was as if they had forgotten about the burning house. Chapter 443. In the sky above the Xen residence, waves of powerful spiritual energy rippled through the Xen residence's courtyard. A young man with faint golden dragon scales all over his body was having a good time fighting a few old men. The young man was only in his 20s. Golden light surrounded him, and the image of a golden dragon danced along with his movements. That elegant heroic posture, that noble aura, that domineering fist, that disdainful gaze. Wherever the golden fist went, the Xian weapons that were chopped down would always show signs of cracking or cracking. Don't fight him head-on. Lock onto him first and then kill him. Xen Wuchang wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Not only for his cauldron, but also for Ling Xiao's earth fire. No matter what, this young man had to die. The elders of the Xen family split up and formed a series of complicated hand seals. Beams of fire wove together and formed a powerful prison of fire, moving towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sighed, "It's a pity that I don't have a metal attribute fist technique to complement it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to use it." Ling Xiao sighed, and a sword appeared in his hand. This sword was as domineering as he was, and another dragon image roared. It was a 9-headed dragon snake beast, and everyone in the sky shuddered in fear. The Xen clan's elders all felt a lingering fear. Damn it, he actually has a spirit weapon. But don't think that my Xen clan doesn't have one. Xen Wuchang cursed, and a spirit weapon appeared in his hand. It was a mid-grade 6-peak breaker spear, a fire attribute spirit weapon. The sharp spearhead emitted a fierce flame, and there was a fire snake coiling around the spear shaft. It looked alive. Ling Xiao looked at the fire prison in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he raised his ice and fire sword. A blue flame streaked across, and the fire prison was instantly torn open. However, this opening was suddenly filled with fire snakes that swarmed over. The fire snake was extremely ferocious, and its bloodthirsty fangs made people feel a chill run down their spine. Ling Xiao naturally knew that his opponent had used a spiritual weapon. This time, he didn't dare to use his own body to take the attack head-on. Now that he had the ice and fire sword in his hand, why would he be afraid of other people's spirit weapons? Break! Ling Xiao leaned forward slightly, the ice and fire sword in his hand shook, and a blue 9-headed dragon snake instantly rushed forward. Those fire snakes were scattered by the 9-headed dragon snake. The 9-headed dragon snake was still charging forward, roaring at Xen Wuchang. Xen Wuchang's expression changed drastically. Only now did he realize that this mid-stage king-rank young man was even more terrifying than all of them. Xen Wuchang struggled to stop the Hydra and couldn't help but shout, "Wuchang, please come out of seclusion to help." Ling Xiao had long sensed Xen Wuchang's killing intent towards him. He could let the rest of the Xen family go, but he had to let the head of the Xen family know that there were some people he could not afford to offend. Ling Xiao didn't wait for the Xen family's reinforcements to arrive, and he finally used his extreme speed to rush towards Xen Wuchang. "Thief, how dare you!" An earth-shattering explosion resounded. 3 figures quickly flew over to this place. At the same time, a powerful energy rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao ignored the energy and attacked with the ice and fire sword. Xen Wuchang wanted to dodge, but he found that it was too late. A bloody arm was thrown high into the sky, and then it fell back down. Xen Wuchang clutched his arm and let out an earth-shattering scream. Rumble! The incoming energy was stopped by a mass of black mist. "For you! How dare you come to my Xen family and cause trouble?" 3 elders appeared at the same time, and the shortest among them shouted. He glanced at Xen Wuchang, then at Ling Xiao, and his eyes were filled with rage. "Elder Wanong, kill this little bastard immediately." Xen Wuchang took a few pills and picked up his severed arm, then said to the shortest elder. At this moment, he had nothing but endless killing intent towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at Xen Wuchang and chuckled, "Say one more word and I'll send you to see the King of Hell first." When Xen Wuchang met Ling Xiao's sharp eyes, it was as if he saw a huge dragon coiling above his head. He was so scared that he didn't dare to reply. "Brathor, why did you come to my Xen family and cause trouble?" Xen Wanong stared at Ling Xiao, Savage Leopard, and the others and asked. Xen Wanong was a mid-level Earth Sovereign. He wanted to save Xen Wuchang just now, but he was intercepted by Savage Leopard. He knew that the other party was definitely not an ordinary person, so even though he wanted to kill the brat in front of him, he still had to understand the situation before making a move. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he provoked big trouble. I don't want to repeat this question. I don't want to cause trouble, but you guys keep pestering me. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Ling Xiao shook his head and replied disdainfully. Since that's the case, we'll talk after this old man captures you. Xen Wanong snorted coldly and a giant fiery palm grabbed towards Ling Xiao. Savage Leopard was just about to make a move when Ling Xiao sent a sound transmission. Just watch the two of them. Ling Xiao held the ice and fire sword in his hand and slashed out a powerful sword light, splitting the giant palm in half. Xen Wantong's brows twitched, and his body finally moved. He knew that the opponent might have a high-grade spirit weapon, so he couldn't let his guard down. Xen Wanong instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao, and just as he was about to attack Ling Xiao had already been waiting for this moment. He opened his mouth and a dragon's roar rushed out. The sound waves rippled in the air, and Xen Wanong was caught off guard, causing his ears to ring and his vision to blur. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to attack, but he didn't kill Xen Wanong. Instead, he ruthlessly slapped Xen Wantong's chest. Although Xen Wanong was a middle-stage Earth Sovereign, he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person without any defense. Immediately, he was sent flying far away, and he swallowed a few mouthfuls of blood. Ling Xiao didn't chase after him because his goal had been achieved. The other two Xen clan Earth Sovereigns wanted to attack Ling Xiao. Savage Leopard's tyrannical aura finally started to move. The strength of a high-stage Earth Sovereign made it hard for the Xian clan members to breathe. The two low-stage Earth Sovereigns didn't dare to act rashly. They knew that they were no match for the young man in front of them. They were all shocked in their hearts. Where did this abnormal young expert come from? They looked at Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard. One was in his early 20s at most, while the other was in his early 30s. One was a middle-stage king rank, while the other was a terrifying high-level Earth Emperor. Such strength was probably as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn in the vast southern territory. Another terrifying aura surged from the depths of the Xen clan. A thin old man walked over step by step, stepping on flames. Every step he took seemed slow, but every stride covered a distance of dozens of meters. In just a moment, he appeared in front of everyone. The Xan clan's ancestor was a figure of the same generation as the Tang clan's old man, and he had the strength of a high-stage Earth Sovereign. However, he didn't know that the current Tang clan's old man's strength had far surpassed his. When the Xen clan members saw the newcomer, they respectfully saluted and called out, "Greetings, ancestor. The main character is here." "Finally, we can talk," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. The Xen clan's ancestor frowned and glanced at Ling Xiao, but then his gaze fell on Savage Leopard. "Who are you?" The Xen clan's ancestor stared at Savage Leopard and asked. In his eyes, only Savage Leopard was worthy of being his opponent. He could sense the previous fight here, but he didn't expect that there would be such an expert hidden here. The aura displayed by Savage Leopard was comparable to his, and it seemed to be much more overbearing. He had no choice but to come out of seclusion to take a look. "I'm just a servant of the young master." Savage Leopard's character was disdainful to answer the Xen clan's ancestor, but he knew that Ling Xiao cared about his face, so he could only reply coldly. "A servant of the young master?" The Xen clan's ancestor frowned and finally looked at Ling Xiao. In the southern region, which young master would have a high-stage Earth Sovereign as a servant? He didn't seem to have heard of it. He was also a high-stage Earth Sovereign, but in the clan, he was already the oldest ancestor. How could people with such high strength be willing to submit to others? Unless there was an even more terrifying existence above them. But was there such an existence in the southern region? Could it be someone from the central region? "Young master, what business do you have with my Xian clan?" The Xian clan's ancestor asked humbly. the expressions of the Xen clan's elders changed. Even their ancestor had to be careful when speaking, but they didn't recognize the situation and wanted to kill the other party. What should they do now? Xen Wuchang's expression became even more unsightly. He didn't expect these two youths to have such terrifying strength. It seemed that it was impossible to have any ideas about them, let alone take revenge. That's right. Everyone sit down and talk. Peace is precious. This young master has always been a pacifist, Ling Xiao said with satisfaction. When the Xen clan's elders heard this, they almost vomited blood in anger. A pacifist would burn the house under their feet to ashes, shatter their medicine cauldron, and chop off their patriarch's arm? They all cursed inwardly. Damn, this brat doesn't even blush when he lies with his eyes open. The Xen clan's ancestor was also a capable person. He didn't care about what had just happened and directly led Ling Xiao and the others into the main pavilion. The Xen clan's ancestor and 3 other Earth sovereigns accompanied them, while the other elders could only stand outside. In any case, the Xen clan's ancestors' actions made Ling Xiao feel that the old man was very tactful, much more sensible than the younger generation of the Xen clan. If the Xen clan's elders heard that they were called younger generation of the Xen clan, they would probably vomit blood again. Damn, being called younger generation by a brat in his early 20s, they could only bang their heads against the wall. Xen Li, come here and pay your respects to your ancestor. Ling Xiao sat down and beckoned Xen Li over. Xen Li walked over with some apprehension, then bowed to the old ancestor of the Xen clan. Greetings, old ancestor. Xen Li hadn't expected to have the chance to be so close to his ancestor. At this moment, he realized how much of a master he had. His heart was filled with nothing but gratitude. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.